You see objects that absolutely cannot be there if what NASA is telling us about the moon. What he got was something absolutely extraordinary. It's completely different than what they've told us. There was something jutting up out of the surface that absolutely should not be there. It's weird, it's bizarre, nobody knows what it is. There are bases probably all over the moon, all over the lunar surface, and that they've been protected for centuries. Are there moon bases that actually exist on our nearest neighbor and have been there for eons upon eons upon eons? We're going to look at the proof, we're going to look at the evidence, and I think at the end you're going to agree with me that there's something to talk about when it comes to alien bases on the moon. The first hint that there was anything unusual about the moon, or that there was things on there that we should be thinking about, were what's called transient lunar phenomena, or TLPs. They've been cited for centuries. They're bright flashes that appear on the lunar disk. Sometimes they're gaseous or cloudy looking, but they're very bright. This is a photograph of an actual TLP, and sightings go back hundreds and hundreds of years, almost since people have had telescopes, and almost since before that, people were seeing these bright flashes on the lunar surface. Then in the 1960s, when NASA started sending a bunch of probes to the moon to take pictures of possible landing sites for the Apollo program, weird things started to show up. These are objects that are called the Blair cuspids. They were analyzed by William Blair, a Boeing anthropologist, who said when you look at these things, they look like obelisks and they conform to a pattern. They have a very specific geometric pattern, and I think that they might be artificial and are worth investigating. Of course, he got shot down by everybody at NASA, but he said, look, if you applied the same rules to investigating these, if you applied those same rules on Earth, none of the ancient Aztec or Mesopotamian ruins, archaeological discoveries would ever have been made. You would never, ever have seen them. Well, the moon kind of sat there for a while after the Apollo program until Richard C. Hoagland, my co-author on Dark Mission and a guy who was a big advocate of the face on Mars, started looking at the moon in the 1990s. And where he started was with an old North American atlas that had a whole bunch of photographs and thumbnails of pictures that were taken by every mission from Apollo to lunar orbiter to a surveyor. The first thing he noticed was that in the middle of the lunar disk, there was a crater named 𝗪𝗪𝗕𝗦𝗧, which appeared to be a triangle. Now, craters cannot be triangular. That has to be sculpted, it has to be constructed. So he got a hint that maybe this is where he should start looking for interesting stuff on the moon, just like the interesting stuff he'd found on Mars. And what he found was that entire region had been photographed, just absolutely photographed to a great extent. There were hundreds of pictures to go through. On one of them, he started looking at lunar orbiter images. On one of them, called Lunar Orbiter 384M, M meaning medium resolution. He started looking at this and he said, you know, the foreground's not too interesting, but let me look in the background. Now, some of this here is actually a film developer that got spilled on. It's not really anything. But as he looked at the horizon, he started to see things that didn't make a lot of sense to him, that didn't seem to actually fit. And the closer he got and the more he looked at these images, the more he realized that there was something jutting up out of the surface that absolutely should not be there. Now, this little X mark up here is actually called a RISO mark. It's to help align frames. But the object right below it, which is casting a shadow in the correct geometric direction for where the sunlight's coming from, is absolutely real, and it is absolutely on the lunar surface. And Hoagland gave it a nickname. He called it the shard, and really super high quality close-ups of it. And these were all made back in the days before Photoshop. This was all done with analog prints. Basically, take a negative and enlarge it and brighten it and play around with the contrast. You can see that it appears to have a geometric internal structure, like layers of see-through cells. The question then becomes, what could it be? Well, that's even more dramatic when you look at another object kind of over the shoulder of the shard. You see an object that Hoagland later dubbed the tower, and it has the same sort of multi-layered geometric structure. It, like the shard, is aligned with the local vertical. In other words, it goes straight up from where it is over the horizon, and it appears to have support struts and things sort of feeding into it. And at the very top of the tower is another bright, geometric, multi-layered, cube-like structure made up of lots of little hexagons, lots of little things that should not be there. And this thing is over 7 miles high. So it's also been photographed on other images that were taken. This is a side view of the so-called tower from another Apollo frame, Apollo 10, orbit 32, frame 4856. So realizing he was onto something, Hoagland said, you know, this is pretty crazy stuff. Somebody has to have seen this besides me. Somebody has to look for this stuff. So he started going through the catalog, and he noticed that a lot of the frames in the catalog were very dark, or in some cases, they were completely blacked out, like this one, AS10324822. That means Apollo 10, orbit 32, 4822 was the number of the photograph. So being a very healthy conspiracy theorist by the mid-1990s, knowing that NASA was not telling the truth about Mars and about the moon, he ordered the blacked out photograph. What he got was something absolutely extraordinary. This is the actual AS10324822. What you see in the foreground is basically a cityscape as big as the city of Los Angeles with a, again, constant repeating cross-hatching pattern. Then he started to order the same frame from different NASA archives, because at that time in the 90s, they were still photographs. There were still negatives. You could order a negative of any NASA frame from 8 or 9 different archives in Hawaii, in Maryland, in St. Louis, in Houston. And every time he did, he got a different version of 4822. On one of the versions of 4822, you see this object that looks like a giant paperclip. Now that sucker is probably going to be 600 feet tall as the Space Needle in Seattle, Washington. And it absolutely is artificial. Again, it's reflecting the sunlight in the proper way. It absolutely should not be there. There appears to be some sort of central post. What is it? A wire, radio transmitter? I don't know. But in the foreground, hanging in the space above the lunar surface inside 𝗪𝗏 were other objects. This is one that he called the castle because it reminded him of the Disney castle. And if you look at it, it's incredible in terms of its structure and its internal geometry. Again, in one of the photos, you can clearly see a support wire that's holding it up, some sort of support structure that's holding it up. And there are 2 frames of 4822. They eventually found 9 different versions of 4822, AS10324822, and the castle appeared in 2 of them, but in one of them you notice it's narrower and it's turned. So what you're seeing is the motion of the spacecraft. What happened was, quite obviously, is somebody had a power winder on the Hasselblad camera, and they held it down and took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pictures, and NASA stacked them all under one frame number, even though they were 9 different pictures, and then blacked out the thumbnail in the official catalog. They were trying to hide something clearly. Here's close-ups of some of the details on the castle itself. Now, other pictures from around the area were kind of weird. You see all this sort of crud and dust and stuff that doesn't look quite right there. And you think to yourself, wow, this is a really dirty negative, or this is a really dirty photographic print. But when you overexpose the background, again, not doing Photoshop, but simply doing photographic overexposure with a light board, you see structure. What you see is interlocking 90-degree angle struts and bars that seem to lead to the lunar surface and then disappear. You see vertical structures. Not everybody can see this, by the way. It's not easy for everybody to grasp what you're looking at here, but as an engineer, I see all sorts of box-like structures and scaffolds and incredible detail in these images. You see support struts, you see wires, you see frames. It's really quite incredible stuff that just seems to go on and on and on. And using colorization helps sometimes to be able to sort through what you're looking at. Notice here, here's a bar that comes up, then there's other ones that go straight across at 90-degree angles to each other. It's pretty incredible. Same thing with AS10324816. When you overexpose the background on that, you get more of this gauzy haze, and you get skyscrapers in the background. Really, you see objects that absolutely cannot be there if what NASA is telling us about the moon is the absolute truth. And so what you're seeing is very faint crystalline type structures, probably made of lunar glass. Now, why would you make powering structures like this of lunar glass? The answer is that glass on Earth shatters easily because it has moisture in it. There's no moisture on the moon, so lunar glass, created through various flame processes, is going to be almost as strong as steel. So it's an ideal lightweight material that could act as a meteor shield. So an architect named Robert Feartech took all these little points of light and he mapped them trying to decide using his own interpretation. I think this one is a little farther away than this one, based on the lighting geometry of the photograph, which was all available. And he plugged literally thousands of these data points into a computer and said, okay, reconstruct this in 3D. What do you get from all of these spars and bars and points of light? And what came out of the computer literally days later, because this was the 1990s, is this: a giant scaffolding type structure over the surface of the moon. And this is what Hoagland began to theorize that we were actually looking at. Now, recognizing that NASA had tampered with stuff, Hoagland asked people, look, if you have any old Apollo era photographs from any of the missions, or whether it's Apollo or lunar orbit or whatever, I would like to see your originals. Because what he discovered is that the photographs that were on the web at that time were not the same as the original photographic glossies, the 8x10s that were made from the original prints. So in this case, older was better. This is one of them, AS16-121-19438. Guess what? This is a photograph of an area called 𝗪𝗃𝗦𝗧. The sort of the glow at the bottom of the right corner, that's a lens flare, but none of the rest of the stuff on this image is a lens flare. When you look at it, it's absolutely bizarre. There's this object called the Chrysium spire, which is sticking vertically up out of the ground. It's actually hanging over 𝗪𝗃𝗦𝗧, and it has support struts that are coming at 90-degree angles. It looks a lot like, in terms of its structure, it looks a lot like the tower. It's a very similar kind of thing. And on the new version of this image, the version that's currently on the web, it's all erased. It's all gone. None of the stuff, the spire, is completely whitewashed out. Yet this is a picture that was actually pilfered off the desk of the NASA administrator, Carpenter, in 1972, and then handed to Richard Hoagland years later. Other objects in there, they don't look like craters. They look more like satellite dishes, Proclus being one. Proclus. And it has this very bizarre sort of color aspect to it. This is the crater Aristarchus. It doesn't look like a crater under certain photographing. So what you have is this geometric glass structure, probably above a great deal of the moon's surface. And if you look at photos, it would appear to sort of hang like a gauzy web over the lunar surface. In fact, Al Worden, the Apollo 15 command module pilot, even commented on the Chrysium region. He said, it's very strange the way the ejecta from Proclus crosses Chrysium. It's almost like flying above a haze layer and looking down through the haze. It looks like it's suspended over it. Well, guess what? That's exactly what he was looking at, is this particular object. There's other craters that have weird extensions, satellite dishes. This is an Ancient Aliens version of that particular crater. Other objects just look a lot like satellite dishes with central masts and structure below the dish itself. So what is it, in fact, that we're looking at here? We're looking at all these bizarre things. Here's a couple more pictures from the 𝗪𝗃𝗦𝗧 area of objects that absolutely have to be artificial. They can't be natural in any way, shape, or form. They're not craters. Here's a large disc-shaped object actually casting a shadow on the lunar surface below it. It's weird. It's bizarre. Nobody knows what it is. Now, Al Bean, after he retired from NASA, he became a painter. And he painted himself on the moon and sold his paintings. People were very happy with him. He was his own favorite subject of what he saw on the moon. Now, we've been told that this is what the moon looks like, that it's gray, it's colorless, everything is boring. Here's a photograph of Buzz Aldrin on the moon, not Neil Armstrong, taken by Neil Armstrong. And it's just the same bland gray view. But when Bean painted the moon, he painted it completely differently. He painted it with pink and purple. Lots of very odd colors. Here's a fairly bland picture of he and Conrad, but this is the first version that he created. Notice that there is some color in the background. Now, that's maybe not too significant because you're talking about artistic license here, but he said later in various interviews that it bothered him. It didn't look right to him. He didn't like what he produced, so he kept doing different tests till he finally settled on one, this one. This is his self-portrait on the moon, the final version of it, in 1994. And as you can see, the moon is got blue and green and magenta and pink and all sorts of bizarre colorations all over it. But that's not what the moon looked like, is it? Or is it? If you look at other photographs, some of them provided by a guy I'm going to talk about in a minute, Ken Johnston Jr., you can see that these colors are on all of the old photography. So what's happening is if this glass structure exists, the light is hitting these different panes and it's getting bent. And when you bend light like that through prisms, as if they were giant prisms, you get new colors. You get yellows and greens and blues mixing together and creating these very, very colorful landscapes. So this appears to be what the moon really looks like because of the glass structures over the top of it. Certainly, that's the way Al Bean painted it, and that's what we see in the photographs when we do a little bit of color enhancement. The same applies to pictures of the moon from the Earth. If you look at a telescopic picture of the moon from the Earth, it's pretty bland, but then play around with the color a little bit, and guess what? Those exact same color patterns come out as you enhance them and look closer at the surface of the moon. You get really, really incredible photographs. Surveyor 1 landed on the moon way back in the early part of the mid-1960s, and it had a television camera, which was black and white, but they also had a red filter, a green filter, and a blue filter. And what they would do is they would take images with different filters on and then combine them together to see what the moon really looked like. Unfortunately for them, what they got was the same thing: yellow, green, blue, purple, all these intense colors that weren't supposed to be there. So they quickly stopped taking those photographs. If you look at other missions, this is Apollo 17 near Shorty Crater. This is orange soil. That's for real, but look at the mountains in the background. They're pink and lavender. Here's a color enhanced version of the picture of Shorty Crater. Here's what NASA says it looks like. Here's what it really looks like. It's completely different than what they've told us. If the moon is really completely different than we thought, why doesn't anybody, we just need one. We need one person inside NASA to tell us the truth. Well, this is page 84 of the book Cosmos by Carl Sagan. And at the bottom, he put out a picture of an Earthrise, of the moon itself. But if you notice in the lower right-hand corner, there is an object there. It's bright, it's glowing, it's sticking up out of the ground. It's not a photographic defect. It, in fact, is something that's on the surface of the moon, and it absolutely should not be there. Carl Sagan knew it. Why did he intentionally put this in his book Cosmos? And it bears a striking resemblance to an object in Mersenius E, which people call the tower, which is sticking up out of the center of the crater. And again, it's just really bizarre, weird stuff, casting a shadow on the lunar surface and looking a lot like some of the images that other researchers have found. Now, of course, everybody has continued this work. They've gone on, they've said, there's a lot of weird stuff on the lunar surface, but other people dropped hints too. This is a shot from Man and the Moon, a Disney production from 1954, where Wernher von Braun produced and wrote it, and in it, they send up a flare and they see an artificial base on the lunar surface. So it's like Sagan and von Braun and all these people are trying to drop us hints, and NASA itself has dropped hints. This is a Russian image from the mid-1960s heading towards the far side of the moon near Mare Orientale, and what you see is a 3-mile-high tower sticking out of the lunar surface. Here's a close-up of it, and there's other objects near it that appear to be sticking and jutting up out of the lunar surface, and none of this stuff can be there because if the moon is a dead rock that's got no atmosphere, that's bombarded by meteors forever, none of this stuff should be there. None of these tall structures. Another Zon 3 image shows what appears to be a dome-like structure, shattered, beat-up dome of some kind on the lunar surface. It's been broken apart into many different pieces. Another researcher who's very important in all this is a guy named Alan Sturm. Alan came along and wrote a book called Lunar Anomalies and Lunomalies in 2007. It's still available on the web, and he found all kinds of bizarre, strange structures on the moon's surface. But what he did that's really important is he colorized them. Showed people, well, this is what you look if you see the NASA photograph, but when you really pay close attention, this is what you're seeing. And it looks like structure. Here's another one. Here's another thing that looks like, a jumble of fuzzy stuff until he fills you in. And the more you look at it, the more you realize, yep, that's what's there. Here's another entire complex, layered complex with multiple platforms, stairs leading up to it, all quite bizarre. This one is near the crater Copernicus. It's an extraordinary image, and as you can see in the foreground, there are these buried wheels that look like the power generators on the ice planet Hoth or something from The Empire Strikes Back, sticking up out of the ground. There's other images. If you look here, you see, I don't know, some really weird looking kind of structure, layered ground. And again, the scale of this is phenomenal. This blue object in the foreground, on the left here, that's as big as an ocean liner. Back in 1999, a guy who called himself 𝗪𝗧 had produced a moon image, AS11385564, and he got it from a guy named Frank. Frank's dad had worked on Apollo. He got a bunch of photographs. He put them in photo albums, stuck them under the staircase in the photo albums, and left them there for 40 years. Well, Frank started looking at them, and what he saw was an object that appeared to be almost like a Mesopotamian ziggurat. It had all sorts of details. It had walls, it had ramps, it had an internal square kind of temple structure with a dome on top of it. Again, doing different sorts of highlighting effects, you can see what this object appeared to be, and it's on the dark side of the moon, the back side of the moon. What's this? This caught Richard C. Hoagland's eye. And when he put 3 or 4 or 5 photographs together, what he found is it looked like head. We know because of the radiation environment of the moon that nothing organic could survive, so it's not a skull. Then logically, if it's not a skull, what is it? Is it maybe the head robot? Me, it looks like C-3PO's head got blown off. Now, Apollo 17 passed a lot of other objects that look like technology. There's a lot of stuff in the background from that mission, and you can pretty clearly see that Apollo 17's mission was to bring back artifacts to reverse engineer from the moon. The only question about this thing is, did they see it? Did they rappel down and get it? And did they bring it back? And if they did, what secrets did it hold? So if you sum everything up, you have the photographic evidence, which is overwhelming, of the glass structures. You have visual evidence of stuff on the ground that clearly appear to be complexes and vessels and something. And you have flying saucers in hangars that are carved into the side of mountains. And at the very close level, you have ancient extraterrestrial, ancient alien artifacts like this. To me, there's no disputing that there are bases probably all over the moon, all over the lunar surface, and that they've been protected for centuries, eons, thousands of years, if not millions of years, by these glass structures, which we're just beginning to understand. And maybe that's the reason why we've never gone back to the moon since.
That the eyes of the beings that she was dealing with were vertical like a cat's. Neil Armstrong sat down on a sofa, is looking down at the floor when he says, when the LEM was coming down and all that dust came up, there were 3 huge silver craft right at the edge of the crater. This strange cylindrical thing comes up outside of the window of their spacecraft. He said, I took 35 photographs with a Hasselblad, highest resolution instrument you could possibly take.
So what are your thoughts in regards to where the moon came from? Was it formed from Earth, or has it arrived from outside our solar system?
It was only a couple of years after I had done the documentary A Strange Harvest for the CBS station in Denver that a man who was working with an abductee came to me and said, I'm working with a man, he's going to go to Peru. He has had interactions with gray beings and a variety of beings, and he says they have shown him through some hologram, as well as told him that our moon is a machine, that it is hollow, that it is filled with what we would call computer equipment, and that it has been used as a monitoring and manipulation station by non-humans of their laboratory experiment of Earth for millions of years. And I can still remember how I felt as this man was sitting across from me. He had an engineering background, and he was working with the abductee because the abductee had had some information that caught the engineer's attention at a technology level. So I've always thought back that that was the first time that I was exposed to this idea. As time went on, I have talked with people who have worked in government intel agencies on what is called the alien presence problem. And a couple of times when I've said, I've been told by an abductee that the moon is a machine filled with computers. It watches, observes, downloads, uploads information to someone somewhere else in the universe. Twice, people who would be CIA, NSA have said, it's absolutely right. And then when you say, can you give me more details? You can't get anything more than that the moon is a machine.
So when you look up at the night sky, see the moon, do you see moon dust and rocks, or do you actually think behind that there is a machine?
There is a song that I came up with in the 80s to myself. I call it the hollow moon. The hollow moon, rising like an eye of stone, rising white and all alone, always watching, always listening to the earth below. I think it's true.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know a single person who could tell you, me, anyone, who precisely has territory with computers, downloading, uploading. When you go to people who have, say, that they have actually been on the moon and have dealt with something of an alien presence, whether they were photographing from a LEM or whatever, they will say they know that there are grays, they know that there's something else. And in 2019, if I were asked, what is the biggest significant change in the last 40 years about the whole issue of an alien presence? Who are they? And what is the agenda? And where are they from? This is a big evolutionary change. If you go back to Betty and Barney Hill, New Hampshire, 1961, it was the first human abduction case to make a TV series. Odd grays. Betty Hill did drawings. They were not the classic pear-shaped heads. They were not the classic pointed chins like Whitley Strieber. And she said they told her that in the realm of alien intelligence interacting with the earth, they were renegades. But what did that mean? And then if you read what Betty herself wrote, she talked about a dream that occurred within a week or two after the abduction with her husband. And she put it into the category of a dream. But I have now interviewed 1,600 and some people. And when you are in that category of the human abductee, always, it is the dream where the information comes about what is happening. And one of my standard questions, if somebody had missing time on a Friday on March 12th, and you are interviewing them about what they remember, which is largely what they don't remember. Mm-hmm. And then, if it's fresh and you say, let's see what happens in the next month. A vivid dream, just like life, usually will happen within 2 weeks. So when Betty described this vivid dream, she said that the eyes of the beings that she was dealing with were vertical like a cat's. Completely different than the depiction in her illustrations, Barney's illustrations. And it makes you wonder, if you go back from 61 and then you come up to 2019 and you see all of the baseball caps with little grays on them, and you go to some conferences like in Roswell and they're depicting grays as the only non-human. It's always with black eyes that are big. It's my impression in 2019, truly, that all of the entities that have been sketched with these kinds of black eyes with heads that are like this on small bodies, every one of them I would put in the category of AI, android. I think they're biological, but they are as much an artificial intelligence as we are struggling now in all over the world to make. We want robotic soldiers that will be organic and can do wars. We want to have robots that will take care of children. We want to have robots that will clean houses. We want to have robots that will fill up all of the department store. If we're doing that now, 50 years, 100 years, Homo sapiens sapien would be defined as the prime intelligence that made all of these different artificial intelligence. So starting somewhere midway in the 21st century. That's exactly the same question. I have raised that question in my own books. What is the prime? To me, the prime intelligence is the origin source of androids, clones, hybrids. And in my discussions just in the last 2 years with people who are either actively working in government agencies or they have retired, or military like SEALs and Marines, Delta Force, their own experiences are tremendous numbers of artificial intelligence. And this would explain why it has been so confusing from 61 to 2019. Jacques Vallée, when he said, to have these many types, these many sightings, can't be extraterrestrial. Well, now, my new lens is, yes, it can be from another star system, but they base themselves on our planet in such a way that all the worker bees and all of the different assignments we humans that are dumb and blind deliberately kept out of what is actually going on. We see all these different types and all these different colors, and then that's what people report. For the most part, humans try to report what they actually have encountered and seen. And they become embarrassed if they're saying it was 3 feet high and it was blue, or it was 4 feet high and it was orange, or it was 8 feet high and it looked like a praying mantis. That happens to be a type that comes up over and over again. What I was told, this comes from a government guy. He said those 8-foot tall praying mantises, they're somebody else's. The keeper of planets is what he said. So what does that mean? He said these 8 feet tall praying mantises are made to monitor and seed life in newly developing solar systems. And they have been built to last maybe 1,000 years, so that they carry an experiment or part of the laboratory experiment on a planet inside of one mind that would then be communicating to a prime intelligence. When you sit with people who have worked for the CIA, the NSA, the DIA, the NRO, MI6, DSA, and they talk in these terms, I think that that's much closer to the truth.
So going back to some reports that you've had that the moon is basically full of computers, could that actually mean grey beings? That's where they're kind of stationed, and that's where they come from maybe. That's where
Well, it's an interesting question that you're raising, but the way it was described to me, and I actually saw an illustration that an abductee did, that the moon was hollow. And interestingly enough, our own experiments out of NASA of slamming things on the moon and it rings indicates that there has to be some kind of hollowness. I've seen a drawing, it looked like computers. So an abductee, whether is it telepathy, were they taken to the moon? Were they taken inside? How much is literal eye-to-eye interaction, which is what humans would prefer to know, as opposed to telepathic downloads or holograms that are used instead of books, television, monitors, and a computer. Holograms are used more than anything else to communicate with Homo sapiens sapien. I'm convinced of that of my work. So the transmission vehicle for this information is not what the normal human is used to. But when you get drawings and people will point and say the moon is hollow, and there's equipment inside, it fits into what this government guy said. And if you add one more perspective, and that was from December of 1999, he was a man who was retiring from the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington after 23 years. He told me his job had been to monitor and analyze the geopolitical territorial conflict of 3 competing extraterrestrial civilizations on this planet and throughout our solar system. And he said that our government in the United States had proof that these civilizations have been competing with each other in our solar system and on this planet for at least 270 million years. And when I said, what is the proof? He said, Linda, if I told you, it would be too dangerous for you and for me. It's one of the most intriguing answers to a question in my entire professional career. I don't have an answer. Why would it be dangerous to know the proof of competing extraterrestrial civilizations on our planet and in the solar system for at least 270 million years? I've thought a lot about that.
So, I mean, many astronauts have come back with stories of what happened in space, on the moon even.
Yes. Go back to around 1990, and I was hired by producers at Paramount in Los Angeles to create a special from work that I had done for CNN and for a Fox station in Atlanta when I was working for CNN. And my goal was to put in a nonfiction form for television about animal mutilations, human abductions, all of it, as layers of evolutionary processes related to alien intelligences working on the Earth. And that's what I was hired then to do as an hour special. And one of the segments that I really, really wanted to do was to talk with the astronauts who had been on the moon or had orbited the moon, and had they seen UFOs or anything, because I had been told that the moon was hollow, that the moon had computers on the inside, that for literally millions of years it has been a machine that orbits our Earth, and that non-humans, through computers and through androids and clones and all kinds of artificial intelligence, there are monitoring systems of our planet. They do laboratory experiments, they interact, and that the moon as a machine is the device in which all of this monitoring is done. So I got to talk with 𝗩𝗕𝗦𝗧𝗘 about a very strange thing that he saw. Talked to Edgar Mitchell, talked with just a variety of different astronauts who had all seen strange things. The top of my list was Neil Armstrong, the first human to put their feet on the moon. All the other astronauts were easy. Just started doing a search, got phone numbers, called them up, took a crew, went out and talked to them. Nobody could get a phone number for Neil Armstrong. And as the senior producer and the person who was creating this series, and I had done so much work in the planet, and I had done medical programming and all, and I never had a problem. Why? I mean, he's world famous. He goes down in the history of the universe as the first man to step on the moon. And I'm working for Paramount to get a series on Fox, and I can't get a phone number to talk with him about the going to the moon. What is this about? Finally, I got a reference to a man who, in their teenage to early 20 years, they were the best friends, Neil Armstrong, and we'll just call this man John Smith. John Smith and Neil Armstrong were like this. They did jet training together. So I'm given his phone number to call up to learn what happened to Neil Armstrong. I'll never forget this dinner. I called up this man, told him what I was doing, working on this Fox special. He said, I can't talk to you on the phone. Let's meet for dinner. And here's the story. He said, like you, I watched Neil in that ticker tape parade in New York. First man in history to put his feet on the moon. And I remember all the days that Neil and I were learning this jet and we were the closest of friends, and I called him up. And it was soon after that ticker tape when I said, Neil, and like two buddies from 18 to 21, 22 years old, can you imagine making a phone call like that? And Neil Armstrong has no reaction. And he said, it wasn't like I was talking to my old buddy at all. It's like, what is wrong here? And Neil Armstrong said to John Smith, let's not go out. You just come over to my house. He said he got there. Hardly any lights in the house. He rings the doorbell. His old buddy, Neil Armstrong, opens the door. I mean, you would think there would be, oh man! He said he was even looking at the floor. Neil Armstrong takes him into a living room. He said there was only one light on. Neil Armstrong sat down on a sofa. John Smith sat in a chair. He said, Neil, what is wrong? And he said, Neil Armstrong didn't even look at him eye to eye, is looking down at the floor when he says, you know, when the LEM was coming down and all that dust came up and NASA Mission Control said that they'd seen some rocks and they were having to turn right at the last minute so that they wouldn't hit the rocks. There were 3 huge silver craft right at the edge of the crater and the camera was aimed, and we would have shown the entire world these 3 big silver craft. And that's why I turned. And then the whole evening, John Smith said, I thought I would be there for like dinner like the old days. And he said it was short. He clearly, Linda, he said, you know somebody so well. And he gave me that one insight about the truth. And he gets back and he's in New York City with a huge ticker tape parade, and he's had probably to sign non-disclosure agreements. You never talk about this. You never, ever. Would you want to go out into the world and look in people's eyes and be asked to sign autographs and be on television knowing that every single word that you were saying was a lie? After you were being put up as a hero, the first man to walk on the moon, and behind you is NASA and the CIA and the NSA saying you can never talk about the alien presence on the moon. And that's what I learned, producing UFO report sightings in Los Angeles in the early 90s. And that our special aired, I think it was October of, maybe it was October of 91. I keep thinking of 90 because I think I had been working at Fox then. So I think it was October of 91. October 18th, 1991. It just popped in. That's the night. What was behind that special with the astronauts? Even Pete McDivitt had a Hasselblad. This strange cylindrical thing comes up outside of the window of their spacecraft. He said, I took 35 photographs with a Hasselblad, highest resolution instrument you could possibly take. He said, I knew we got good photographs. I knew it was close. When they come back, everything, cameras, everything goes to various places in NASA. And he wanted to see his photos. And he went over to one of the photo labs when everything was cleared and he could. He said, I want to see my photos. And he said, the guy behind the desk said, sir, I'm sorry, they're classified. And he said, well, I'm the astronaut who took the photographs. And the NASA man went away and came back, like he went to ask somebody, and came back and said, sir, you don't have a need to know. And Pete McDivitt said, you know what is going on here? And this is how the astronauts and all of their various stories, they would like to say, ladies and gentlemen and children of Earth, there's life on the moon, probably throughout the solar system, throughout the Milky Way galaxy. We have interstellar trade routes. We've had them since the 70s, and we're still living on a planet that makes Neil Armstrong and other astronauts lie about what they know.
If the moon really is a gigantic spaceship, we can only imagine the reasons that a race of beings would embark on a project of such a grand scale. Could it be that these beings were trying to avoid a disaster? Our moon could just be a life-saving spaceship where extraterrestrials escaped a dangerous situation on their home world and literally fled for their lives. This presentation was inspired from my 2 books. So I plan to go over in this presentation a look at the moon's origin, a time when there was a pre-lunar Earth, whether or not the moon is inhabited, whether or not the moon is artificial, what is the moon, theories behind that, looking at the extraordinary lunar topics, structures on the moon, who's who on the moon, or who's on the moon, because I wanted to give, have a good presentation with a good extraterrestrial presence behind what I'm trying to say. And I apologize if I, sound a little off. I'm still trying to work with this brand new slide presentation. I'm sorry, Alan.
No, you're
So
good.
anyway, next slide.
You're really good. It's all perfect on this.
All right. So is our moon an enigma? The moon is not exactly what we have been taught. We have been taught that the moon is a dead rock in the sky. I'm here to tell you that there is a lot of activity on our moon, that there are lights on our moon, there's movement on our moon. It's an enigma because there's no other moon like it in our solar system. No other moon behaves the way that it does. It's an enigma because scientists cannot explain it and they don't know where it came from. So one wonders what is causing all of the commotion up there, with the lights and some of the activity going on that I'll cover. And I'm thinking that it is extraterrestrials. So with that said, one of the people that I admire, and I've read some of his books, is Isaac Asimov. And one of his favorite quotes for me is, he was asking, what is the moon? So what is the moon? Is it a sign from extraterrestrials that we're not alone? Is it a time piece placed in the heavens to help humans keep track of the days and the years? Is it a planetoid? Is it a rogue asteroid that became captured here? What is it? Well, Isaac Asimov agreed with me. He says, what in blazes is our moon doing way out there? It's too big. It's too far out to be a true satellite of Earth. It's too big to have been captured by the Earth. The chances of such a capture having been effected and the moon then having taken up a nearly circular orbit about the Earth are too small to make such an eventuality credible. But then if the moon is neither a true satellite of the Earth nor a captured one, what is it? So, what is it? All right. Well, there have been several theories as to what the moon is and how the moon came to be. So, when it comes to the moon's origin, for example, our scientists don't have an answer. There have been several theories as to how the moon came to be in Earth's orbit, for example. They include the fission theory, the co-accretion theory, the capture theory, the giant impact theory, the double whack theory. All of these theories as to the moon's origin and to what it is have been dismissed. The giant impact theory is their best guess. The giant impact theory, sometimes referred to as the big whack theory, is the most widely accepted possibility as to how the moon was formed. It proposes that the moon was created when a planet approximately the size of Mars crashed into Earth, triggering large portions of land to tear off, spewing into space, and ultimately creating the moon. Even though this is the most accepted theory, it is not definitive. NASA's website states, recent computer models indicate that the moon could have been formed from the debris resulting from the Earth being struck a glancing blow by a planetary body about the size of Mars. So there is no real commitment to this theory. That's the one that I grew up with, and that's what I believed for the longest time. So today, despite the amount of information that scientists have collected about the moon, be it from unmanned space probes or from astronauts that walked on the lunar surface, astronomers, scientists, and others, today, the origin of the moon is still a mystery. What it is still a mystery. Could it be possible that the reason scientists cannot explain the moon's origin is because it did not originate from here? There is a theory that the moon originated outside of our universe. It seems a bit of a stretch, of course, but it is interesting to look into. Let us return to a period in Earth's history when it is said that there was no moon in the sky, a pre-lunar Earth. According to ancient writings, there was a time when Venus was the brightest object in the night sky. It was an age when there was no moon in the sky, a time before man and the phases of the moon, a time before man had the phases of the moon to tell the seasons, days, and years. It would have been a period on Earth unlike you and I would ever have imagined. There is actually an ancient people that are said to have lived on Earth before the moon, on a pre-lunar Earth. The Arcadians were a race of people that lived in ancient Greece. Their civilization is believed to have been older than the moon. Ancient writers and philosophers wrote of the Arcadians. The ancient writer Ovid wrote that the Arcadians lived on the land before the birth of Jove, meaning a time before the worship of the Roman god Jupiter. This period is believed to have been before the civilizations of Mesopotamia and Egypt, which were at the cradle of civilization. This was a primitive time when humans were said to have been barbaric, uncultured, and wild. As time progressed, they were referred to as the Proselenes, which means those that lived before the moon. There were prominent people of the ancient world that wrote of a time when there was no moon in the sky. Quotes from these writers and philosophers include Aristotle, who stated that the Arcadians held claim to the land first, since they were, quote, already living on it before there was a moon in the sky. Plutarch stated there were Arcadians, the so-called pre-lunar people. Apollonius of Rhodes wrote, when not all the orbs were yet in the heavens, and only the Arcadians lived, of whom it is said that they dwelt on mountains and fed on acorns before there was a moon. Interestingly, in Bolivia, there is an enormous ancient ruin known as the Gateway of the Sun. It is approximately 10 feet tall and is carved from a block stone that weighs 10 tons. Excuse me. The Gateway of the Sun has strange symbols that were carved into it during ancient times. The symbols tell the story of the moon's arrival. According to the symbols, the moon appeared in our solar system approximately 12,000 years ago. According to the symbols, in the process of its arrival, it created pandemonium on the Earth. This conclusion was reached in 1956 by researcher Hans Schindler-Bellamy, who had studied the Gateway of the Sun and interpreted the ancient symbols. If the moon came in, I guess we could, wonder if it was a creation of intelligence. And there were two scientists who brought this idea forward. In 1970, it was proposed that the moon is artificial, and that not only is it artificial, but that it is a spaceship. This rather shocking idea was first introduced by Soviet scientists by the name of Alexander Shabrakov and Michael Vassin. The two wrote a paper titled, "Is the Moon a Creation of Intelligence?" A quote from their paper states, "It's likely that what we have here is a very ancient spaceship, the interior of which was filled with fuel for the engines, materials and appliances for repair work, navigation instruments, observation equipment, and all manner of machinery, everything necessary to enable this caravel of the universe to serve as a Noah's Ark of intelligence, perhaps even as a home of a whole civilization, envisioning a prolonged existence and long wanderings through space." The spaceship moon theory, as it's been called, is believed by some researchers to be the one hypothesis that resolves all of the outstanding moon mysteries. Both men belong to the distinguished Soviet Academy of Sciences and put their reputations on the line with this paper. They had examined the information brought back from the Apollo missions to the moon to make this determination. They decided that the reverberations on the moon, which indicated that the moon is hollow, was something to consider. They looked at the moon's craters and decided that they were, since all of them are a depth of about 2.5 miles, that, no matter how hard, a meteor hit the moon, they never penetrated beneath that. They said that these craters are shallow and that there may be some sort of impenetrable hull beneath the surface of the moon. The moon dust primarily consists of coronium, titanium, and zirconium, they looked at, and they surmised that if a material had to be fashioned to shield a giant artificial satellite from the effects of temperature, radiation, and meteor bombardment, that scientists would likely have used these elements because they are extremely resilient. So for them, it seemed unlikely that that the moon, was natural. Is where I'm going with this. Well, on the spaceship moon theory, one of my favorite people, he's my editor and he's my publisher, David Hatcher Childress of Ancient Aliens fame once commented, "The whole idea that our moon is some gigantic hollow spaceship that's been put into a special orbit around our planet and contains cities and structures that are inside and outside the moon is to me a very reasonable assertion. And in fact, it would seem to be that our moon is some kind of gigantic artificial spaceship that is here to monitor our planet." Interestingly, there is an ancient legend from the Zulu people of Africa that mirrors the Soviet scientists' hypothesis of the moon traveling across the universe and being placed in Earth's vicinity. The tale also lines up with the story of the gateway of the sun. At the center of this story are two extraterrestrial brothers, known as the Water Brothers. They are described as having scaly skin. The brothers were the rulers of an ancient race of beings called the Chitauri. According to the legend, the brothers stole an egg, the moon, from the great fire dragon and removed the yolk, rendering it hollow. They then proceeded to move the egg across the universe, placing it in Earth's orbit, and as a result, the egg, suddenly being so close in proximity to the Earth, there was a great turmoil and chaos throughout the planet. No one knows for certain where the story of the Zulu originated. What we do know is that there are ancient tribes of people that tell of being visited by advanced beings. Could this be the case with the Zulu people? Did the Zulu people learn the truth about the moon's origin from the extraterrestrials? So if there are extraterrestrials inside of this ship or megastructure, if the moon is indeed artificial and turns out to be some sort of megastructure or ship, then what would be the purpose of it being placed here? Well, there are some theories. It could be an escape ship, a city ship. It could have had something to do with trying to turn the Earth into these extraterrestrials, trying to help the Earth and turn it into a kind of a Garden of Eden. It could be a mechanism of some sort, and it could be some sort of space station. If the moon really is a gigantic spaceship, we can only imagine the reasons that a race of beings would embark on a project of such a grand scale. Could it be that these beings were trying to avoid a disaster? Our moon could just be a life-saving spaceship where extraterrestrials escaped a dangerous situation on their home world and literally fled for their lives. We could only speculate what type of disaster, but certainly one large enough to cause them to create a ship to escape in. They may have known for a long time of the pending disaster, and thus were able to build what we are now calling a spaceship of epic proportions. Additionally, it could also be a generational ship with the descendants of these beings still living there today. A city ship. A city ship is a transportable city, sometimes found in science fiction. Given what we have just covered about the possible origin of the moon, it is within reason to consider it from this perspective. Could it be that the moon itself is an enormous city ship created by an extraterrestrial race? In this scenario, the inhabitants of this ship are not fleeing, but are purposely traveling the universe. In recent years, with the advancement of telescopes and cameras, people have captured astonishing videos of the moon. Several of them reveal what appears to be spherical spacecraft flying across the moon and entering large chasms on the moon. Are these explorers? Are they scientists that are in a city ship? Are they using their place in Earth's orbit as a holding spot for their ship? There have been those that claim that they have witnessed water being extracted from rivers and other large bodies of water on Earth. Could it be that there are beings on the moon that they are using some of Earth's resources? And might they one day decide to navigate this potential great ship into another system once they are done with ours? The Garden of Eden hypothesis. In the Garden of Eden hypothesis, the moon was placed here to help maintain and regulate life on Earth by advanced beings. Their goal may have been to create a global paradise where life on Earth would flourish. A mechanism. One theory states that the moon is some sort of mechanism used by extraterrestrials to monitor Earth and other areas of the solar system and report back to higher beings that are seeking this information. The timepiece theory. The theory that extraterrestrials brought the moon to Earth's orbit for the benefit of life on the planet and to act as a timepiece for mankind to be able to regulate and keep track of the days and years. Okay, so now we're going to get into extraordinary lunar topics, which I will not read because there are so many. I will just get into it. All right. One of those would be the lunar eclipse. It is an extraordinary topic, even though we take it for granted. And the reason is because, well, let me just read what I have here. One amazing piece of information about the moon is the lunar eclipse. Some claim that the lunar eclipse is too unusual to be a coincidence and maintain that it is evidence that the moon is not a natural satellite. Due to the complexity of the eclipse, and the very small chance of everything lining up to create an eclipse, some researchers believe that this is a sign for us from the creators of the moon. So basically, the ETs want us to realize that a lunar eclipse happening the way that it does is nearly impossible. That is the thought. And that it took advanced intelligence for this to even happen. They want us to understand and recognize through this unusual event that we are not alone in the universe. Was it a sign? All right. Another extraordinary idea about the moon, and it's not just an idea, in my opinion, it's a reality, is the hollow moon. In November 1969, during the Apollo 12 mission to the moon, excuse me a second, pardon me. In November 1969, during the Apollo 12 mission to the moon, the astronauts set up seismometers on the lunar surface. After the astronauts returned to the command module, they deliberately crashed the lunar module's ascent stage into the moon. The impact with the moon was a strength comparable to 1 ton of TNT. The shock waves lasted for a long period of time. NASA scientists were quoted as saying that the moon rang like a bell. The moon reverberating for so long was surprising, and it could not be explained. There was speculation afterward that the moon was hollow. The idea of the moon being hollow confounded NASA officials because if the moon were hollow, then it could not be a natural satellite. The famed astronomer Carl Sagan stated, "A natural satellite cannot be a hollow object. And if the moon is hollow, is someone living inside of it?" This is not a new idea. In fact, NASA scientists have looked into the idea of setting up lunar colonies inside of the moon and using lava tubes. But did the ETs beat us to it? I want to talk a bit about transient lunar phenomena. It is a big deal because it was something that was discovered around the invention of the telescope. Astronomers of old saw them, and we are seeing them today. So one of the strangest phenomena associated with the moon is the mysterious and perplexing lights that have been seen on the moon for centuries. Hundreds of these lights have been reported from astronomers, scientists, astronauts, and moon observers all over the world. The lights are one of the reasons that early scientists believed that the moon is inhabited, and the lights themselves are random and appear in various areas across the moon. They've been seen in different colors, different geometric shapes, different sizes, grouping lights. They've seen moving shadows, orbs of light, clusters of lights, mysterious streaks, objects moving across the lunar surface, strange clouds, fog, and mist. Some have even been seen during a lunar eclipse. The images that you see here on the slide are real pictures that were taken of some of these strange lights. Today, we believe that many of those mysterious lights moving across near and around the moon to be UFOs. In fact, also, it has been commented that those lights represent the lunar inhabitants simply going about their business just as we do on Earth. An inhabited moon. This is my favorite topic. After the invention of the telescope, astronomers took to studying the moon. They believed that the moon was similar to Earth in its topography, and it was considered scientific fact way back then, scientific fact, that the moon was inhabited because of the things they were seeing there, moving across the surface and the topography, etc. Inhabited moon evidence. So what would be the evidence? I mean, we can only, speculate, I guess, some would say, but I think there's evidence when you're looking at transient lunar phenomena, lights all over the place, people seeing structures, which we'll get into, UFOs, testimony from credible people who have been there or who moon watch, looking at all the moon anomalies, the astronaut encounters, and some of what may be signs and signals that have been thought to come from the moon, some of this of which I will get into. One moment, please. Okay. So, if the moon is inhabited, then what are they using the moon for? All right. So we looked at what it may be, but what would be going on inside? All right. Some believe that it could be a way station, that there could be a lunar base in or on the surface, or more than one, that it could be a breakaway civilization, or that it could have indigenous people, and that it's a foreign country. So let's look at that for a little bit. A way station. A way station is a place where travelers take a break before proceeding to their destination. We can also call this a stopover. Some speculate that if extraterrestrials were heading toward the Earth, there is a good chance that they would make a stopover on the moon. Some witnesses of UFOs near the moon have suggested that it may serve as a stopover point for extraterrestrials visiting Earth or even traveling elsewhere in the solar system. I'm losing my voice. Sorry about that. Let's see. A lunar base. Lunar researchers have speculated for years about the possibility of there being an extraterrestrial base on the moon. Many believe that this alleged base is located on the far side of the moon. Purportedly, there is a base by the name of Luna located on the far side. I predict that there's probably more than one, and that there even may be more than one group up there with a base. The breakaway civilization is one of the most interesting things, because this kind of tells us that, maybe the governments have a secret, space organization where they have already sent people to the moon. So basically, this would be a colony of people that were once a part of society, that were recruited to be relocated to a different place, usually by clandestine means. The moon is believed by some to have a breakaway civilization of humans that either volunteered or recruited from Earth. The goal of this alleged civilization is to have people living off planet in the event of a worldwide catastrophe where the human race could not be saved on Earth. This breakaway civilization would preserve humanity. Or it could be the breakaway civilization of extraterrestrials as well. Sorry. So you see here in my slide that I'm a little late showing, a city with people here that created this civilization where they're just going about their business, perhaps. It's an interesting thought anyway. This is another of my favorite hypotheses. Could the moon be an established alien country or nation? In an article written by researcher Steve Omar titled Moon and Mars, The Moon is a Foreign Nation, Omar pondered, could it be that the moon is a foreign country and someone else's property, and the moon's government does not want us coming up and invading their territory with our nuclear weapons, pollution, unwelcome military facilities, diseases, litter, mining, exploitation, and historically proven record of foreign imperialism? That is something to contemplate. And perhaps this is the reason for us allegedly being warned off the moon. It belongs to someone else and they just don't want us there. So I thought I'd throw this in for, because, it's kind of fun and it's kind of one of my favorite things, and I'll try to get through this really quickly. Gene Roddenberry, who was the creator of Star Trek, was famously known to sit in on channeling sessions with a woman who said that she was channeling extraterrestrials. Star Trek is believed to have been inspired by him sitting in on these sessions. The extraterrestrials in those sessions said they were on a ship and that they were traveling the universe on peaceful missions. And so that was the inspiration for Star Trek. But what ties this together is that some of the scripts that Roddenberry created were thought to have come from these sessions as well. And one of them was about an asteroid, excuse me, an hollowed out asteroid that was designed to look like an asteroid, but it was really a ship where people were living, and they were there for thousands and thousands of years. It was a generational ship where the beings inside or the people inside had, died, and then their descendants were occupying it. And the crew of Star Trek had to go over to this thing. And when they get there, they get to the surface of this so-called asteroid, which they determine was a ship, and they see structures on the top. And then they go inside and they find the civilization. And this show was on before the Apollo astronauts went to the moon. It was on before the hollow moon theory or the idea of the Soviet scientists. So one wonders, was Gene really, getting information from extraterrestrials? How would he know? It's so similar because the moon, is thought to be camouflaged to look like a natural planetary body. So it was the same thought, and I think it's fun. And this show was called For the World is Hollow, and I had touched the sky. And one of the people inside of this world had made his way, even though it was forbidden, had made his way to the surface. And there you see this man standing there. He was so proud of himself, and he's relaying this experience to the captain. So I don't know, it just reminded me of the whole hollow moon theory, and I just thought it was a fun little thing to put in. So we're moving on now to lunar structures. Respected astronomers, astronauts, researchers, and others have been reporting seeing artificial structures on the moon for decades. The types of structures found include geometric shaped buildings, crystal structures, geometric shaped platforms, bridges, domes, pyramids, huge spires, large towers, and more. Some of the structures are said to resemble artifacts found on Earth. Also, the researchers have spent a lot of time examining images taken during NASA missions. As a result, numerous objects have been discovered in the images. Structures found on the moon from the images include full-on buildings with even edges, monuments, partially destroyed walls, complex geometric shaped constructions, pyramid, obelisk, monoliths, terraces, tunnels, and other objects that do not appear to be there by natural geological means. There is also a spaceship artifact, which I will show you soon. Additional objects discovered in the images included roads, what looks to be pipelines, domed craters, lighted, rows of buildings, and what appear to be other spacecraft. Okay, so I will run through some of these images. On the right, you see a tower. And this object was photographed by Lunar Orbiter 3, and it is approximately 5 miles high. The other one is what is called a triangular anomaly, and we're not, nobody really knows, of course, what that is. It kind of looks like a ship, but it also could be a, spaceport, or, it looks kind of like, maybe there are lighted UFOs or ships around that. Who knows? We just can look at it and tell it is not a natural object. This one is a very famous construction, and it is called a shard. It was named by researcher Richard Hoagland. It is 1.5 miles high. Okay, one of the most fascinating things for me are the pyramids that have been discovered up there. Yep, the moon has pyramids. And not only the moon, of course, we have them too. And there have been other areas I have read that are in our solar system, maybe Mars. I know there was a kind of a monument-looking artifact on one of Mars's moons. Anyway, I'm wondering if the pyramids is sort of a universal symbol from some extraterrestrials that are here among us. The other thing is we historically have stories that have connected us, our ancient Earth, to the moon, and maybe it just may be the same beings, that were traveling between Earth and the moon in ancient times that erected the pyramids as well. Who knows? But there are tales of humanity having started again, having that advanced technology and a catastrophe wiping us out several times. Maybe we reached the point way back then of going to the moon and having people there, and they too were building pyramids there, just as they were here during that ancient time. Watching the time here. Another artifact up there, and you can see that this is not natural. This is called the castle. It is a strange anomaly located in Apollo 10 photographs. The object is suspended approximately 7 miles above the lunar surface and has the appearance of a ruin of an ancient castle. Guys, you can look these up. You can Google these too. If you Google the castle on the moon, this is what you're going to come up with if you feel like doing that. What's also interesting is the Sphinx, the ruin that appears to be a Sphinx. So it's a giant construction resembling the Sphinx of Egypt, and it was located in a NASA photograph near the Tycho crater. Ancient Egypt is believed by some researchers to have had a connection to the cosmos. The domes are one of the most amazing things, I think, located on the moon. The astronauts talked about the domes they were seeing while they were up there. They recorded everything that they did and said, and you can look at some of the transcripts where they were seeing lighted domes. Interestingly enough, these domes are said to appear and disappear, and it is thought that there is an energy source beneath the moon that is connected to these domes. This is what we could call, I guess, a spaceport, and it was located near a crater. This area has been said or shown to be lit up with lights around it, looking like it was some sort of spacecraft parking lot. And above this crater, there have been spacecraft seen in the shape of cylinder shape, very large. And so I thought that was really interesting, and I decided to include it here because, we've also seen the cylinder-shaped craft here in UFO reports on Earth. So are they coming from the moon? Another interesting image is what we call the trap door. This was found by a researcher near the Bancroft crater. It looks like, UFOs could be going out in and out of that hole. And as you can see, it is evenly cut. Another interesting image here of another hole resembling kind of a trapdoor. This was located near the Zeeman crater. Looks like, craft could go in and out of that as well. It's hard to get good pictures of structures. It just is. Either they're doing this on purpose and they don't want us to see it. We know that some of the structures in images have been, taken out or removed or colored over or whatever. But sometimes they slip through, and here's one. this one wasn't ours. Actually, it was a Chinese image, so maybe that's why. This image was taken by the Chinese Chang'e 2 orbiter. It looks like a building. It appears to be a multifaceted structure with several smaller buildings situated near it. It also appears to have buildings near the front. It appears to have some sort of complex complete with what looks to be roads nearby. So, they're not just extraterrestrials are not just using the inner, they're using the outer. How would they are able to, go on top of the moon and do such things, we don't know. But it's very interesting to look at these images. These are lunar buildings, these little white dots. I don't know how much you can see them, from, where you are. But this book here, the Lunar Orbiter Photographic Atlas of the Near Side of the Moon, has this imagery in it. The white spots that you see here are believed to be buildings on the moon. If you will notice, the white buildings throw shadows. The shadows are said to be proof that the buildings are real. Okay. China, after having its first space probe on lunar soil with the Chang'e 3 mission, managed to have captured photos of structures on the moon. They are quite defined in the far background and have right angles and metallic gleams. Yeah, very interesting stuff, huh? Now, this is my favorite story of structures. I'm going to run through it. This is what I call the boxed structure. On Apollo 17, the astronauts had the lunar rover, and they were traveling, and they were alive back here on Earth. People were watching, and they came across this building, this enormous building that was shaped like a shoebox, and it was the same coloring as the lunar surface, as if it was camouflage, but you could still see, it was raised, and you could see it. And the narrator at the time, Walter Cronkite, saw it, and he said, that looks like a man-made object. And they cut the feed. NASA cut the feed. They were gone for 20 minutes, and they came back, and they said that the lunar orbiter had accidentally taken a picture of itself. I guess, I don't know, they thought that the astronauts had hit a button. I don't know how it happened, but that's what they said. And Cronkite was kind of giggling about the whole thing. But there are still people today who talk about structure on the moon that they saw while watching Apollo 17. And that is something that you can look up. I saw, there's an amazing story on the internet about the boxed structure. Okay. So I have a lot of favorites. This is one of my favorite images. So this is a real image taken by the Apollo 15 mission to the moon. All right. This is a gigantic, what the officials thought were a gigantic spacecraft. And this spacecraft was the source of a story. It is said that the officials wanted to look at this thing, all right? So that they sent up an Apollo mission, Apollo 20, which shouldn't exist. It's said to be a hoax or a conspiracy theory, but the person that introduced the world to that, Apollo 20, said that he was an astronaut that went up to look at this, sent by NASA and the Soviet Union. And, they investigated this thing, and the story is they did find 2 dead aliens on there. One was a female, and they named her the Mona Lisa. I have a shot of that coming up that I'll show you. So anyway, moving on with more structures. This is an interesting one. This was an image taken on the moon that looks like a Stargate. If you look at it, it really does look like the Stargate scene in the TV show with complete coloring and everything. Is it a Stargate? We don't know. Was it a UFO? Was it a probe? We don't know. It looks like someone is standing in this thing, though. Whether or not it was a Stargate, we don't know, but I believe, and I wrote about it in my Earth Mystery, my Earth Galactic book, my Galactic Earths book, about extraterrestrials potentially using stargates to travel the galaxy. They're all over the place. They're on Earth. I went into great detail in that about the ones on Earth, but I do believe that is one way that they are reaching the moon. We may have just gotten a picture of it. Oh, here's a picture of the Mona Lisa. This extraterrestrial looks like she is connected to the spaceship that I just showed you. The one that people are saying is a hoax or conspiracy theory. I kind of have my own thoughts on that because, I mean, this just looks, if you look at all of the pictures from Apollo 20, they look pretty authentic. Someone spent a lot of money on that hoax that got them nowhere. Anyway, the idea is that she was connected to the ship and running the ship through thought via these tubes. And this is something that has recently been proposed here. They're thinking about creating ships that you can run with your mind by being connected to it. So again, it looks like extraterrestrials already beat us to that thought. So what you see here are more pictures, except for the one on the lower right. These are real pictures of UFOs around the moon. Here is an image of a moon taken by NASA. I love that image. It is, to me, just, quite amazing. So yeah, more UFOs. Here you have this astronaut that you're seeing here is astronaut Scott Carpenter. Carpenter said at no time when the astronauts were in space were they alone. There was a constant surveillance by UFOs. He should know, right? I'm going to show you this. We're going to run short on time here. So I would like to show you this image here. One of my favorites is of a cylinder-shaped spacecraft hovering above the lunar surface. It is estimated to be 2 miles long. I received this from Augie Nost years ago. Thank you, Augie. I'm going to give credit where credit is due. All right. UFOs crossing the moon are shown here. I just would like to say very quickly that all of the astronauts from the Apollo missions, in case you don't know, they were all of the missions were followed by UFOs. Every single one of them, except of course the one that didn't land. But even there is a story, with those, and unfortunately I can't go into them all here. But yeah, I do have them in my book if you want to take a glance at that. So yeah, they all had they were all followed. They all had stories to tell, which tells us that extraterrestrials are monitoring us. They're monitoring our space ambitions. They're monitoring NASA and probably the other nations with space programs throughout the world. Even a couple of them had UFOs pacing them right from the Saturn V, just when they were taking off, they had UFOs pacing them. They were watching us. Someone is up there that knows what we're doing. I just want to say that Apollo 11 had the most amazing stories, and they are the ones who allegedly came across UFOs on the moon and also extraterrestrials. I would like to show you this, another one of my favorites. These are, let's see if I can get this going really quick. Sorry about this, people. I lost my place. Okay. One of my favorite astronaut UFO tales comes from Apollo 14 when they were on the moon. They saw these blue lights. What are they? Are they space probes? What were they? But they were around the astronauts on Apollo 14 and Apollo 17. Fascinating. It's hard to see it here, but one of the astronauts is standing here, and here is one of the lights up here. This kind of looks like it has something inside, and that might be radiating a light. Yeah. I don't know why I love that story so much, but I do. All right. So really quickly, since I'm focusing on the moon, I just wanted to run through who might be on the moon. You know, we've gotten a lot of information over the years about extraterrestrials. We've got channeled books. We've got contactees and experiencers who say that they've been in touch with extraterrestrials, even one of the presidents. There's a story around. Of course, there's no way to know who is on the moon unless we have some insider information. There have been those that came forward who believe that they know who is on the moon. Let's look at some of these groups. All right. The Selenites. The Selenites. I'm going to try to say that correctly this time. So these would be the indigenous lunar inhabitants. You know, if they did come in and the moon was inhabited, these would be the people who were already there. All right, original. Or there is some theory that, you know, perhaps those lunar inhabitants all those years ago are not there anymore and that someone else has come in. They would still be Selenites if they were there for, you know, thousands of years or whatever. I'll just call them that. So it could be them. Those could be the ones with the foreign nation. The Anunnaki, for those of you who are familiar with the Anunnaki, you know, the moon is said to maybe be their territory. As the story goes, the Sumerian gods, the Anunnaki, were extraterrestrials that came to Earth. And they had a territory in outer space. The moon may have been one of their territories, it is believed. Yeah. The reptilians. Unfortunately, not my favorite group. When you look at the Zulu tribe people, and they talked about the scaly brothers, some have theorized that the group called the Dracos or the reptilians may be the ones on the moon, and it is thought that Apollo 11 astronauts may have seen them. So yeah, that's not a pleasant thought, but you know, if they're, you know, if they're good reptilians, I guess. So this is the most popular group. You know, they're everywhere. When you look, you know, at our media today, you're always seeing the Zetas, which are the Greys. You know, I mean, they're everywhere. I don't know that they're on the moon, but it is a theory that it is them and that it is possible that they are there with other groups as well. Now, the last one that I decided to put up are humans ourselves. My thought here is that there may be humans on the moon, perhaps along with an extraterrestrial group. Some of the stories in the ancient world talk about a time when humanity was more advanced and had aerial technology. Could we have placed a colony on the moon way back then? This would have been a time in Earth's past when humanity was more advanced, and then a catastrophe hit that caused us to start over. One wonders how far into space travel that humanity had gotten before that. Interestingly, it is believed that humanity has had to begin again in their advancement on Earth several times. Much of our historical records have been destroyed, so we really don't know how far we got and if we reached the stars. NASA is talking about this same scenario and has also brought forth the idea of using the inside of the moon for a colony, which I mentioned earlier. So anyway, my point was, are there humans on the moon? Could we have sent people up and they stayed ages ago? Could there have been a catastrophe on Earth where they couldn't get back? You know, could they have been out there and they just couldn't get back? And they started a colony on the moon. So that is pretty much, oh yeah, there is one. The Atlanteans could be on the moon. Okay, guys, so there is a story that Atlantis, you know, had a territory, their territory reached the moon. And when you look at some of the ruins on the moon, it could have been from Atlantis. A lot of the structures looked a lot of, like I said before, ancient ruins. And it could have been them because they are said to have had technology. When you look at the story of Atlantis, they had the technology to travel between Earth and the cosmos. Yeah, so and that pretty much wraps up my presentation. I just would like to say, I think I have 1 minute, according to the time I was giving.
No,
that,
you can take a little more time. We're good.
Okay,
Yeah.
Hi, Alan. I just want
Hi.
to say, going forward into the future, I personally believe that our galaxy is teeming with life. I think that in every nook and cranny of our galaxy are extraterrestrials. Even on Earth, there is life still being seen and found. Even unseen beings, I believe, exist here. I think it's everywhere. So I think going forward in the future, we will be meeting our space brothers and sisters. It's my understanding that they are waiting for us to grow and waiting for us to mature and accept the idea that we're not alone in the universe, and that it will not be a detriment to our society for us to have that information. Apparently, politically speaking, there's a fear that there's going to be a disaster economically. There's going to be a disaster across the globe for people to learn that perhaps their religions were not real. This is just going to be, wreak havoc on some people's belief. It is feared. I don't necessarily think that, but those are the fears. But I think going forward, we will meet all of these people, and we will meet and learn who is on the moon, who was on Mars, or who is on Mars, and so on. So that's my thought. That's why I do this work. It's it's very interesting and a lot of fun for me. And the moon is my baby. I've got several more ideas for books on the moon.
Following your work for a lot of years, and particularly that video that you put out where there were like 400 and some people that worked for the government, and they all stood up at the podium and they spoke. I was amazed that you put that out there. But I read an article that you had put out talking about Buzz Aldrin. He had died back in November, and you put the article out about his death and how his family couldn't speak about.
Oh, I think that was Neil Armstrong, actually. Who
Neil
passed away.
Armstrong.
Yeah. The first man to walk on the moon. Yeah.
Exactly, and you said that when he landed, he saw something that he couldn't talk about?
Yes.
What was it? Yeah.
This is a really great question about what really happened. My uncle worked for Grumman, that became Northrop Grumman, and Grumman had the contract to build the lunar module. It landed, a funny looking thing that looked like a spider. It landed on the moon in 1969 on July 20th or whatever it was. The first two men on the moon were Neil Armstrong, and after him Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
And back when we were doing these briefings for Congress, and in fact even before then, the Asilomar gathering in 1995, we reached out to Neil Armstrong because I knew from contacts and family that when we landed on the moon, we weren't alone.
Okay.
And that Neil Armstrong, there were two people who've been on my team for many years who were good friends of his family. And so we reached out to him and invited him to come to those events, and he politely declined and told us that it was made very clear to him and the other Apollo astronauts who witnessed this first event, where when we landed at the crater on the moon, the rim at the top of the crater was, quote, crowded with UFOs, the craft that were up there, multiple of them, and that these were filmed. And that I know people personally who've seen that film footage. And that's why the film footage that came back to the Earth, and we did go to the moon, but some of the footage, it doesn't make sense because the flag is moving. Now the reason for that, and this is where people say we didn't go to the moon, it was all hoax and filmed in a basement up in New York. The truth is we went, but during the lunar orbiter, going back before the Apollo mission, we actually were circling the Earth taking the first early digital photographs. And as you know from the testimony of Disclosure Project witness Carl Wolf, there were structures on the moon that were artificial. Some were newer and some were very ancient. And so they knew the covert programs, and these images were being downloaded to out here at Langley, not the CIA headquarters, Langley Air Force Base, to a compartmented operation run by the National Security Agency that was then sequestered away from the other NASA scientists. But the people running that project, the deep black people in those projects, knew that it was likely we were going to encounter something not of this world or a UFO when we landed. Therefore, they had filmed some footage that they could splice in if something started happening. So during the live transmission, if something started happening, there's a delay that went through this National Security Agency filter, and they could immediately, instantly put in. And that's why there's a couple frames where the American flag is moving. Well, there's no atmosphere on the moon, okay? Which was the one mistake they made in that whole plan. That's the telltale giveaway. Now, some people have taken that, the conspiracy theorists have said, we didn't even go to the moon. We did go to the moon. But they knew that it was likely there were going to be ETVs, extraterrestrial vehicles up there. And so when they stepped out, of course, you know, and we're approaching actually, before they even landed, they saw them. So they were already with this sort of pre-prepared film that looked very, very good, except for this one error. And so Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin know for a fact. Now, Neil Armstrong said, look, you know, if I were to go forward and talk about what actually happened, I've been told, Neil Armstrong said this to us, that me, my wife, my children, and my grandchildren would all be killed, that they would take us out somehow, some terrible accident. And he says, I'm not going to talk about it. Now, Buzz Aldrin has just basically, he sort of had a nervous breakdown after this and was actually at an Air Force facility. I know a man that was there with him, and he confided that this is also what happened. I also know Buzz Aldrin's sister, who pulled me aside and says, yes, you're absolutely right, that is what happened, but it's not my job to out Buzz Aldrin on this. If he's ready and he's able and allowed, he will speak about it. But you have to understand, enormous pressure was put on these men never to speak about what actually happened.
Can we speculate on whether those ships came from here or from there?
And this is the following question: were those ships that were around the moon at that time in 1969 extraterrestrial or man-made reproduction vehicles using anti-gravity? I don't know. It could have been either. But I think probably they weren't ours, only because those folks would not have wanted to risk exposing that they were there with cameras rolling. Okay, because that would have, of course, ended the fact that they have these secret aircraft, a secret space force.
They would have watched TV and knew that there was a space shuttle.
So that's one of the problems. That's, you know, I've thought about it, and the answer is I don't know, but from a logical point of view, I doubt it was ours. Okay. Now, you know, one of the things that Neil Armstrong was overheard saying, and this was reported in Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret, is that Neil Armstrong stated that we were essentially warned off the moon. That, in other words, these civilizations did not want us going to other moons or planets to colonize them with the consciousness of nationalism and the Cold War. Because remember, the Apollo project was really a proxy for the Cold War. The United States was in a complete panic when Sputnik overtook our space program, the Soviets. And so the race to the moon was part of, and always was part of, the military competition between two huge superpowers, the old Soviet Union and the United States of America. And so when we went there, but we went there not as a peaceful world civilization, but as a competing Cold War effort that were armed with thousands of thermonuclear weapons, hydrogen bombs, pointed at each other, that was not the consciousness that the ETs want to see us going into space with. They want us going into space with the consciousness of peace and cooperation, not militarism and war. So that's sort of your, let's say if there's an entry ticket to space exploration, that's the main one. And we haven't quite reached that point, have we? So I think that's why Neil Armstrong said, I don't know what was said or done, or what was done by these craft, but he said it made it very clear that they weren't real happy that we were going there in this way. And that's, in my opinion, why we wound down the space program to the moon. You know, my uncle was involved with this, and there was all kinds of plans to put colonies there and buildings and have, you know, people living in sort of like domes like they have out at the biosphere in Arizona and what have you, and all that was shut down. Now the excuse they gave was budgetary cuts, but I don't think it was budgetary cuts. I think it was because, you know, it was quite clear that we were going out there immaturely as a warring civilization and not as a peaceful world civilization, which is the requirement. Yes, ma'am.
But Kennedy had talked to the Soviets about going jointly. Was that a peaceful thing together, or what prompted him? What did he know, or what was behind his question? Because he took a lot of flack.
Yeah, Kennedy did want to do an international, from the beginning, space program. And, you know, when he was assassinated, Khrushchev wept and stated, now we will not have world peace. Because Kennedy, and actually Bobby Kennedy said this, Bobby Kennedy Jr., who I've met, said this recently on a CNN interview, is that his intent was, in his second term, to get completely out of Vietnam, to do a cooperative, and to make total peace with the Soviet Union. Now, of course, there goes $1 trillion in military industrial intelligence spending. And they were not happy about that. He was also going to disclose this UFO issue. And I think there were a number of reasons why, you know, he was just not willing to succumb to their view of how the world needed to progress with endless conflict. And that's why there was no second term of Jack Kennedy, in my opinion. Now, from what I know, and this is also somewhat corroborated, although in a bit of a titillating way, with the document I got from the National Security Agency contact I have. That's the Marilyn Monroe document. And in the Marilyn Monroe document, it's a top secret document that was handed off to me, never declassified, authenticated by a man who used to be General Odom, ODOM's right-hand guy, who was National Security Agency head for years. And in this document, it was a wiretap summary that the CIA wiretapping a bunch of people, but mainly Marilyn Monroe, who, as you know, had an affair with Jack Kennedy and also with Bobby Kennedy. And they knew it was coming too public, and so in 1962, or whenever it was, they cut that off. And she was furious, so she was calling up Bobby Kennedy, this Attorney General, and an art dealer named Rothberg in New York, and other people, saying that she was going to hold a news conference to tell Jack Kennedy, to tell the world what Jack Kennedy had told her about, quote, objects from outer space that were recovered in New Mexico in the 40s, clear reference to Roswell, as well as some other matters. That wiretap summary is dated the day before they found her dead. Now, when I brought this up to, there was a famous actor and singer named Burl Ives, who used to be on our executive committee, and he was friends with Marilyn Monroe and Elizabeth Taylor. And Burl Ives, when I showed this document to him, he says, he just held his head. He says, we all know Marilyn was killed and that it wasn't an overdose. We didn't know why. And he was a 33rd degree Mason. Burl Ives was. He has a room in this building next door, the big 33rd degree Masonic temple next door. And I said, yeah, well, Marilyn didn't know what kind of big toes and big gorillas she was stepping on. But of course, the whole world would have covered that press conference. It would have been sensational. And so Marilyn Monroe almost certainly was assassinated because she was going way too far off the reservation. And this document has the proper project code names and code numbers for that era. Project 𝗪𝗧, Project 46, some of these key project code names and code numbers for the early 60s. I have that document. It's in my first book. It's there for anyone to read. It's explosive, and it's dispositive, actually. But unfortunately for Marilyn Monroe, you know, she didn't realize that this was non-trivial. This is not a trivial thing to hold a press conference, a person of her stardom in that era. I mean, she was huge, talking about these specific issues, because she had learned that apparently in pillow talk with Jack Kennedy. And so it cost her life in order to keep that quiet.
There are hundreds of photographs that seemingly depict ancient type structures on the moon. One could not help ask a number of questions. 1. What the hell is up there? 2. How old are these structures? And 3. Who built them?
Moon, a source of wonder, fascination, curiosity and mystery since the beginning of humanity. And no matter how much scientific data is collected, the mysteries seem to continue. Whether it is hollow, or just a holographic projection, or an alien spaceship, or colonized by aliens in underground and overground cities, the list goes on.
The moon is a deliberately created scale model of the sun, and it presently stands at a distance from the sun and from Earth which is totally outrageous in terms of mathematical and physical results. In fact, astronomers have been able to find any other moon in our solar system that acts in the same way, forever keeping one side facing away from Earth. It's also seemingly unusual to find anything like that.
From a cosmological point of view, the moon was created as a result of a collision between the Earth and a Mars-sized protoplanet named Theia 4.5 billion years ago, when our solar system was just forming. The impact caused some of the Earth's early crust to be ejected, and over time and under the influence of gravitation, it consolidated into a sphere. That's the scientific viewpoint. Now let's investigate the other thoughts. We'll start with the already inhabited theory. On July the 20th, 1953, John O'Neill, the science editor for the New York Tribune, discovered what he thought was a 12-mile-long bridge on the surface of the moon. He contacted the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers with this finding. But as soon as he announced his discovery, O'Neill was attacked by skeptical scientists. However, much to their surprise, famed British astronomer Hugh Percy Wilkins confirmed that he too had seen the mysterious formation, and on the BBC in 1953 said, "This is a real bridge. Its span is about 20 miles from one side to the other, and at least 5,000 feet from the surface beneath." He added, "Oh, there's no mistake, it's artificial." However, a year later he changed his mind. Using the 60-inch reflector at Mount Wilson Observatory in Southern California, as opposed to the 4 and 15-inch telescopes he'd previously used, Wilkins found O'Neill's bridge and shadow to be a lunar crater fragment, and significantly that the shadow was actually facing the sun.
Not all photographic anomalies on the moon can be dismissed so easily. There are hundreds of photographs that seemingly depict ancient type structures on the moon. One could not help ask a number of questions. 1. What the hell is up there? 2. How old are these structures? And 3. Who built them? Maybe we can thank the Brookings Institute as to why we don't have these answers. As they suggested in an official report, should we find evidence on the moon of extraterrestrial presence, don't tell the people. The implications of such news could have negative impacts on our society.
More controversially, there are those who believe the moon is a hollow sphere. This is a recent theory, and possibly derives from or was inspired by the more ancient theories that the Earth itself is hollow. So let's take a passing look at the hollow Earth theory and at any similarities suggestive of a common ancestry. The idea that the Earth is hollow has been around for centuries. Indeed, in 1692, the famous astronomer Edmund Halley proposed it from a scientific point of view. In more recent times, hollow Earth theory proposes that there are openings at each pole where you can enter the planet. An inner sun keeps the place warm, and an advanced civilization of humanoids thrives beneath our feet in the kingdom of Agartha. So where's the proof?
When it comes to Admiral Byrd's statements and diary logs, we have to ask, was he completely mad? Or was there any elements of his story actually true? You can well imagine his story has certainly lent hand to many conspiracy theories. Even now in 2019, we have circulating stories from alleged whistleblowers describing secret underground bases in Antarctica that looks to have been created by an advanced race, some believing that they are actually extraterrestrial in origin.
Well, in 1947, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the famed explorer, allegedly flew into the opening to the inner Earth, situated at either the South or the North Pole, depending upon your source of information. There, he encountered a race of intelligent beings living in gleaming cities who told him to go back to the surface and warn the human race that we'd better smarten up or we'd destroy the planet. This comes from what is claimed to be the Admiral's secret diary, though the document's authenticity has largely been discredited. Supporters of hollow Earth theory believe this claim of fakery is just part of the obfuscation meant to hide the truth from the public. Of course, if they're right and our governments won't admit the Earth is hollow, they certainly aren't going to tell us anything of significance or concern about the moon. But where did this hollow moon idea come from anyway?
It's really unclear if the moon is in fact hollow or just has vast underground caverns. In either case, it's certainly interesting to learn that what might be below the surface of the moon. In fact, there was science fiction books that developed into a number of movies depicting our moon as a home world for extraterrestrial beings.
It was first mooted by H.G. Wells in his wonderful and insightful 1901 book, The First Men in the Moon. To support the theory, one compelling piece of evidence often cited is the experiences of Apollo missions back in the late 60s after placing seismic sensors on the moon. When Apollo 12 deliberately crashed the ascent stage of its lunar module onto the moon's surface, the sensors picked up a ringing sound, like a bell, for an hour afterwards. And each time the action was repeated on subsequent missions, the same happened. Furthermore, the same sound was heard when moonquakes occurred. Now this doesn't happen on the Earth. So why the moon? Unless it's hollow. Though the composition of the Earth and moon are similar, the moon has a much higher proportion of low-density crust, because it is theorized the moon, through its originating impact, is largely made up of ancient Earth crust, not high-density core. Therefore, NASA has concluded that the difference in sound between impacts or quakes on the Earth and the Moon is related to their differences in texture, rock type, and density. But if it is actually hollow, what's inside the Moon? One suggestion is that aliens are using it as a base. We know that with our current technology, it would take many thousands of years for us to reach the closest star system. In the next century or so, we may be able to whittle it down to a few hundred years. But even traveling at the speed of light, it's a journey of at least 4 years to the next solar system. We always assume alien civilizations who might visit the Earth have found a way around this distance barrier, either by utilizing theoretical wormholes or some other technological achievement that we can barely imagine. But what if they haven't? What if it still takes hundreds or even thousands of years for them to get here from wherever they come from? If they are visiting the Earth, they may have come here in generational ships, massive vessels the size of cities or even continents where the aliens would live out their lives during the journey. Maybe the aliens visiting us today are the descendants of those who left their homeworld long ago, and perhaps using such a ship, an alien civilization has deposited colonies on various star systems to observe primitive life as it develops, which would be us, by the way.
I believe there are a number of unusual anomalies throughout our solar system, be it on our moon, on other moons circulating planets, and even the odd asteroid. It does seem to be strange formations, even the odd unusual lights that have been seen. As to having that information and its existence of being ancient sites or not, we may never get. We may never get that information from authorities like NASA. However, there are independent researchers out there and astronomers which are coming forward and providing bits of information, tantalizing bits of information and images from independent labs and telescopes which are pointed to the heavens, which are providing little bits of data out on the internet which people see and say, okay, there's something strange on that, or there's something strange there. Pressing this with NASA, they don't tend to communicate very well and say, okay, that we can explain this. Most of the time, it's unanswered, leaving to the conspiratorialists to believe what they want. And at the end of the day, it's a toss of a coin. Is it something unusual or is it not? I've seen some of those images. I would say yes, some of them are profoundly unusual. Others, there probably are rational explanations for. After all, there are probable things that are taking place on an environmental level out there in space, on these other moons and asteroids that we're currently unaware of. And there's a learning curve that's involved.
And what better place to hide such a colony than within a hollow moon? Indeed, a few NASA ex-employees claim to have seen satellite photography of such bases on the moon. The big question is, if there is a base on the far side, is it ours? Or does it belong to an alien race? If ours, then why don't we know about it? Is there some credence in the secret space program theory? Or if extraterrestrial, we can only imagine the aliens' irritation when NASA astronauts started ringing their home like a bell and running around on the surface. Perhaps a warning not to return is true, and to avoid hysteria, governments have hidden the truth from the general population.
In 2001, Sergeant Carl Wolf gained fame when he came forward with claims that he'd seen photographic evidence of alien structures on the far side of the moon when working at NASA. Any further information that Carl Wolf had was pretty much lost over the years. But unfortunately, he was killed by a tractor when he was struck straight on whilst riding his motorcycle. Whatever other information there was, what Carl had, unfortunately would be lost with him.
In the 1960s, NASA compiled a list of strange sightings on the moon as seen by reputable astronomers. The report reveals hundreds of strange objects moving on the surface, with odd lights seen in the dark of the moon, and even clouds streaming across its exterior. Are these suggestions of, for example, a mining operation taking place?
I don't think Carl Wolf's death was particularly mysterious. I've read the reports, I've seen the newspaper cuttings, I know about the incident. It just seems to be one of those unfortunate incidents that took place whilst he was riding his motorcycle and collided with a tractor, and of course it ended with him being killed. There are obviously people out there who are into conspiracy theories which will say, yes, there's something more to it, but I don't see enough evidence for that.
For most of our history, we had no way of getting there. And even now, we pretty much leave it alone. Plus, one side of the moon is always facing away from the Earth. Who knows what could be going on beyond our prying eyes? On the far side of the moon, you might find very elaborate construction projects. There could even be buildings, highways, and spaceships launching and descending. And you would never see it, because you only see the side that faces the Earth. Having said that, it would be fair to note that none of the far-side probes, satellites, or even the recent Chinese Chang'e 4 lander have spotted such things.
One of the biggest questions that people ask is, do you think the general public deserve to know the truth? Should there be anomalies on our moon? Well, for years I would say, yes, we need to know the truth, that there is an extraterrestrial presence or was an extraterrestrial presence there. I have to say now, I'm not too sure what those implications might be. It could affect religion, economy, a number of different things. And what's the impact across Earth when those things are affected? There's a lot of things that are involved in this. As a researcher, I would say, yes, let's have the answers out. Let's let people once and for all digest this possible truth. But the academia side of me would say, it's a little bit risky. Who knows? Hopefully, we will have the truth delivered in time when the general public, which the authorities will feel are happy and ready to accept that information.
Another theory is that aliens brought the moon here themselves, propelling it through space. This is a relatively new theory, and is based on observations that the moon has been heavily bombarded by meteors and asteroids on just one side. This, it has been suggested, indicates that that side was facing the direction it was travelling when entering into Earth's solar system, having been struck by asteroids and space dust during its journey. The scientific response is that the near side of the moon would, through the gravitational influence of the Earth, have remained softer for longer, and so it was more prone to having large lava flows after large impacts, resulting in a somewhat smoother surface. But why would aliens have brought the moon here? 3 possible answers have been suggested. First, it is simply an observation post. Second, it is a message to us, because perhaps one of the oddest cosmological coincidences is that the moon and the sun, from the perspective of the Earth, appear to be the same size. That's because the moon is 1/400th the size of the sun, and is exactly 1/100th the distance between the Earth and the Sun. This is what gives us solar eclipses, where we can see this remarkable coincidence for ourselves. It's suggested that the aliens placed it there to stop us overestimating ourselves. They would know that we'd eventually realize that the size equivalence of the Moon and Sun was simply a coincidence too far. It would, in effect, send us the message that you're not alone, and you'd better develop some modesty. However, this effect, the apparent equivalent sizes of the Moon and Sun, is only true at our present time. The Moon is actually moving away from the Earth at about 1.5 inches per year, about the same speed at which our fingernails grow. Originally, it orbited only 14,000 miles away from the Earth, rather than the 250,000 miles as at present, and the Sun-Moon size equivalence is just temporary. And the third mooted answer as to why the aliens brought and positioned the Moon into Earth orbit is that it's actually the generational ship itself. The spaceship moon theory is a stunning idea put forth by a pair of Soviet scientists back in the 1970s. It says the Moon is actually a creation of an alien race who parked it in Earth's orbit thousands of years ago. This idea is mainly supported by the depth of the Moon's impact craters. Even the largest craters are fairly shallow, suggesting that there may be some sort of impenetrable hull beneath the surface moon rock. And of relevance to all these suggestions, it's interesting to note that some moon rocks are much older than rocks on the Earth. Scientists say this is because the Earth is still geologically active, and new rocks are being formed even today through tectonic activity. However, proponents of hollow moon theory suggest that this difference in the age of rocks is further proof that the Moon was constructed elsewhere and brought here by an alien race.
There are a number of researchers that believe our Moon has been strategically placed in Earth's orbit. However, the evidence to support this theory is rather thin, but not impossible.
What about the Moon being a holographic projection?
I've seen a number of videos of what is referred to as lunar waves, suggesting that the Moon is some type of hologram. To be honest, I'm not convinced. One has to take into consideration the limitations of video cameras, optical illusions, and of course, heat shimmers.
In 2013, YouTube user Crow777 started posting videos that claimed to show that the Moon was merely a projection. He filmed what he called lunar waves that look like ripples passing over the Moon's surface, and says that they are power glitches in the projection system. One problem with this theory is that holography was only developed in the 1940s, and the Moon has been known about for thousands of years. The rebuttal is the Moon didn't even exist until the 20th century, and that all the ancient writings have been falsified to lead us from the truth. Although the facts do seem largely to contradict these speculations, there is one question that does need to be answered. Why hasn't anyone been back there in the past 40 years? We continue to study it, and we send probes, but nobody has actually set foot on the moon since 1972. Why? Some researchers believe that when our astronauts were on the moon, alien races warned them not to return. And it's true that after the enormous successes of the 1960s, it was thought that by now there would be colonies on the moon. So why are we ignoring it? Is it really that boring? Or is there something keeping us from going there? Is it possible that our best researchers and astronomers have been wrong about the moon for all these years, including the astronauts who landed there? Or worse, maybe the governments of the world are hiding secrets about the moon.
I haven't particularly worked with whistleblowers myself personally. It's very vague sometimes, the information coming from whistleblowers. It's very difficult to check the credentials, especially when they claim to have been working on special projects that physically may not have a paper trail. How do we know what is the truth here? How do we know we're being told the truth? Though information is very interesting and can lead to some findings, it's always worth following the information that whistleblowers provide. However, I would always say tread carefully in regards what is fact and what is fiction.
So, is it a hollow sphere inhabited by aliens from another solar system and keeping a watchful eye on us? Is it a spaceship, a generational craft that has travelled countless light years to arrive at our doorstep thousands of years ago and has remained there ever since? Is it a warning message? Is it a holographic projection controlled by a cabal of interested governments here on Earth? The answer to all of these is probably not. But the idea is intriguing, and there's always the possibility that the scientists are wrong. The moon remains, as it's always been, a mysterious glowing orb in the night sky. And no doubt there are many mysteries still to be uncovered should humans once again decide to travel there.
Are extraterrestrials on the moon? I don't know. There seems to be plenty of UFOs around, which people have filmed, photographed, astronomers, NASA, etc. But is there an extraterrestrial civilization living on the moon? Currently, I would say the evidence would point to there was once. As to now, I really don't know. And if they are, there don't seem to be certainly in sight, rather on the dark side of the moon, or the far side as said, or underneath. That's very feasible. However, are extraterrestrials there now? I wouldn't like to put money on it and say yes, they are. But the evidence would point to definitely those UFOs that are being filmed and photographed during most of NASA's missions, not just near Earth, but also lunar orbital.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sending in an Apollo panel question time. And just get this tightened a little bit. So we'll go straight into some of these fascinating questions as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the lunar landing.
The following questions are to all distinguished panelists. Why is it, do you think, that NASA has not been back to the moon since 1972?
Oh, that's an interesting question. That's all to our panelists, yeah? So we'd like to start, David. Why have we not been back since 1972?
That's such a loaded question, but anyway, everybody like opinions, you have your own. I believe what's happened is, do you know how much junk we left on the moon? 400,000 pounds. It's all been documented, it's inventoried even on the internet. So imagine if I came to your house and dropped 400,000 pounds of junk on the moon. There's 96 bags of feces up there. They had to go to the astronaut, the astronauts had to go somewhere, do it in the bag and throw it outside. We littered all over the place. Lunar rovers, lunar land, lower halves of the stage for a platform, instrumentation, and it goes all the way back to Ranger, back in 1960s when they'd crashed into the moon. We littered the daylights out of the moon, and it's still laying up there. So now, what if there was occupants living in the moon, and I just dropped 400,000 pounds of junk on your moon? I'm coming there to live. What would you do if that was your house? You'd go out there and say, fine, take some pictures, pick up some rocks, pick up some dirt, and get your nasty butts out of here and don't ever come back again. So it may sound like a joke or funny, but I'm serious. It could be something as simple as that. We littered ourselves off the moon. We got ran off. No big conspiracy theories, no government stuff. No, something simple as that. So what would you do with the 400,000 pounds of stuff? I would tell whoever they are, we'll come back, we'll clean up all the 400,000 pounds of stuff, which I would bring back home, take the Sotheby's, auction it all off, pay for the program, and then ask for permission if we can come up there. We even have associations formed to preserve the landing sites on the moon. What if somebody's already there? It's kind of rude, isn't it? So anyway, that's what I think happened, because we just littered, we're like pigs. We littered ourselves right off the moon and we got ran off. So, what do you think of that theory?
Thank you, David. Linda.
Tonight, in my Whistleblower Spartan 1 and 2 video, you will hear the retired Navy Commander SEAL Spartan 1 talk about his own knowledge of a base on the moon in the interior that is not human, and that we have known about this for a long time, and it complements what I've also heard that David, you just described. Whatever the reason was that we were warned off not to come back to the moon, and then the question that hangs out there is, why in 2019 are we headed back? And what is the urgency on getting territory on the moon now?
Great. I guess there are official reasons and unofficial reasons. So official reason why we haven't been back to the moon, I would imagine, is that there's not an obvious geopolitical or scientific thing to be gained from having done it once. That's the official story. Unofficially, you have to ask, did we actually go back in covertly, which I can't prove, but I would think probably yes. And I would also think that, there's something to this where we warned off, where we quarantined. These are all rumors, and I don't really know how to prove or disprove them. That's the problem I have with the moon question. I've never been comfortable answering it, to be honest with you. But I do believe that the moon is geostrategically of greater and greater importance as we move forward with our technology, and there's no question it could be very important to have a base there. I'm sure probably every one of us on this panel, and I bet a lot of people listening, or many of you here, have heard rumors that there's a clandestine base, typically said to be on the far side of the moon, and I think it's entirely possible that we have the ability to go there. I think it's entirely possible to have a covert base there, and there could be a lot of very practical reasons. So officially is one thing, unofficially totally different, but proving it's the real problem. Haven't been able to prove it.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, so again, the thing to remember about Apollo, that particular project, was that in $1960 it cost over, I think it was $10.8 billion, which translates to well over $100 billion today, which is far more than we've ever committed to the space program in all the years since Apollo. It's a tremendous national investment, and it required all the resources of basically the military industrial complex to get the job done in a public way using publicly available technology. So it's a tremendous economic commitment, and when you officially take the stance that there's nothing on the moon but rocks, then that's not very justifiable from a budget standpoint. And there were a lot of politicians who didn't really know the real reasons behind Apollo, that weren't really interested in spending that kind of money on going back to the moon. The other thing is that I think that the purpose of Apollo, all the missions 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, beyond Apollo 11, was technology salvaging. I think they went there to do a Terminator 2 kind of thing, bring back Anunnaki technology, which I believe they did, and and basically reverse engineer it. And I think they did that, and nobody else was in a position to come close to going to the moon. The Russians had lost interest in going. And so they didn't have to. They didn't have to go back because we had a monopoly on what we found there. And I think that's probably the strongest arguments as to why we didn't go back. Now, there is a document, or the header of a document, that has been released by WikiLeaks, who I will remind you has a 100% record of accuracy, that says that there was a U.S. military base on the moon that was nuked by the Soviet Union in 1979. And all we have so far is the header, the metadata, the person that declassified the document in 2012, and I know Clyde Lewis and some other people are trying to get a Freedom of Information Act to get at that document, but some government out there says there was a secret US base on the moon in 79. It was nuked by the Russians. I imagine when Ronald Reagan took over, they put a stop to that kind of stuff. But there is some evidence that there was at least one secret base on the moon, probably based on the Project Horizon technology that has come out. And it seems logical to follow up with what everybody else says, that there probably is a secret base on there, another one that was built after that. Presumably after we came to an agreement with the Russians, they aren't going to blow up our bases anymore. So,
thank you, Mike.
The American President Donald Trump announced early this year that the US is going to create a space force. What were your views in regards to this announcement?
Oh, interesting. President Trump's announcement in regards Space Force. What's your take on this, David?
I think it's a bunch of smoke and mirrors. I don't think it's ever going to materialize. You'll never see it.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Linda?
Well, I thought that the most important thing that has emerged this year was the quote of Trump saying that when it came to flying saucers being seen by Navy pilots, that he said, basically wanting to have his cake and eat it too, that he was really not sure that he believed, but the Navy pilots, a lot of them said that they were seeing UFOs, and then came the critical words, and we are watching. And I think what he meant was, I as president and my administration are watching the UFOs or watching the pilots reporting UFOs and leaving the door open for everybody else to decide, is this really serious? I, of course, think it is, and I think our panel thinks it is. And therefore, like everything else, I think President Trump is playing a cat and mouse game with the facts.
Wonderful answer. Richard?
I think the Space Force creation is very interesting. It could have easily been done under the Obama administration, and they talked about it and they just didn't get it done. It's the unification, or at least at this point, the proposed unification of the space program of the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, and any other space program that exists in the U.S. military. It would go under one administrative rubric. So I think, there's definite bureaucratic reasons why you would want to do it, definite military reasons why you would want to do it. And there's two other things that I would say are significant from the point of view of our subject here that we're here for. So one would be, conceivably, it would be a convenient or better way to hide any kind of clandestine activity that you've got going on in space, official government classified activities. But the other thing that makes me think about this is the certainty that there is an active and predominantly private clandestine space operation going on right now. That is a manned, classified space program. I'm sure that this is going on. And from everything that we know about the classified world, it's really dominated by private corporations. So I really wonder how much, David was just saying, smoke and mirrors, how much of it is actually going to be the real deal compared with what's actually happening in the classified world, the privatized world, in terms of truly serious space technology. I just wonder that the Space Force will be a nice, convenient way to segue some possibly advanced exotic technology into more open use. I could see that happening. But just like with everything with politics, you got to learn never to believe the headlines. There's always something far, far deeper than that. So I think it won't affect the very, very, very advanced classified space programs that are going on right now.
No, thank you, Richard. Mike?
Well, everything that they just said, but the Space Force, at least as I understand it, is basically the decision's been made to put a lot of these technologies out into the general public that have been hidden for a long time. I think we've had flying saucer technology since about 1958. In my book, Hidden Agenda, I talked about all the evidence to support that. And what they're doing is they're trying to get at first the propulsion technology is getting out there, because the reality is that the only way, with capitalism, which is the preferred choice apparently of most of the world, the only way to keep that going is to grow, and the only place to grow is the rest of the solar system. So we're going to have to get far more efficient at getting out to the different planets and mining the asteroids and mining the moon. So this is partly to get technologies that have been hidden, particularly the propulsion and the medical technologies, out into the public. Oh, look what we discovered with our research with the Space Force. They figured this stuff out, when in fact they've had it for a long, long time, and I agree with you, it's being held by private corporations. The other thing is that, again, you listen to what Trump has actually said on the subject. He's been asked the question now a couple times. He's taken it very seriously. He's given serious responses. He said two extraordinary things that the other day when Tucker Carlson asked him. The first one is that I've been briefed on this. I just was watching the show, what are we on, UFOs? No, it's the UFOs, the Lost Evidence show that you and I are on. And Nick Pope was on there saying, no president has ever admitted he got briefed on UFOs. Well, the current one just did 2 weeks ago. That's extraordinary that a president said, I've been briefed on UFOs, and I don't believe in it personally, which, by the way, is BS. But my pilots are telling me that they're seeing things, and we're going to investigate it. And he told George Stephanopoulos, you'll be the first to know. So what he's basically saying is, yeah, we're doing an investigation. We're continuing to look at this. And you will be hearing more about it. The other thing I wanted to mention really quickly about Trump is this idea that he's not interested in UFOs is complete baloney. His uncle was named John Trump. He was a theoretical physicist, and he was hired by Dr. Vannevar Bush, who was a founding member of MJ-12, to do what? Guess what? He's the guy who went in and dug up all of Nikola Tesla's papers in his apartment and went through all of them and decided what's classified and what's not classified. So don't kid yourself that he didn't put his favorite nephew on his knee one day and tell him all about the aliens and everything that he knew. So there's a big game being played. As David said, there's smoke and mirrors, there's a game being played. I think Trump's response is partially to not give juice to the TTSA agenda, because I think that's one side. They want to get their information out. We're really watching a civil war in the United States, and part of that civil war is who's going to disclose first, and how are they going to define what the disclosure is? How are we going to define who and what the aliens are? So to me, it's fascinating. Sorry, it's a long answer, but I promise to keep the other one short.
Could I add just one important piece? It was about 3 years ago, and that John Burroughs and I were doing Phenomena Radio on KGRA, and one of the people that we interviewed was Lynn Buchanan, who was one of the controlled remote viewers in Project Stargate back in the end of the 80s. And Lynn told us that that would have been, let's say, this is 19, we probably interviewed him in 16. And he had, not very long before we interviewed him, had made connection with one of his old managers and administrators out of Project Stargate, and came to learn and told us on the air that his manager from Stargate was now in charge of interstellar trade routes at the National Security Agency, and that we had been operating international or interstellar trade routes since at least the 1970s. That supports some of the stories from whistleblowers that we have had a secret base on the moon since at least the 1970s as well.
Fascinating, thank you, Linda.
Some of NASA's official photographs looked to have been altered or airbrushed. What do you think that is?
So, official NASA photographs being airbrushed. Why do you think that is, David?
I'm going to deviate for a second here.
Okay.
To be fair to Neil, Viola, and Stephen Armstrong, Where I was 50 years ago today, I was leaning back against Viola Armstrong's knees. That's Neil's mother. I was in their house in 𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗧𝗘, Ohio, and the 7 Mercury astronauts were laying on the floor in front of me. And when Neil was sleeping in the lunar module on the moon, I was sleeping in his childhood bed. I am a member of the family. You have Viola Armstrong was my surrogate mother. That's kind of a blockbuster laid on you, but I can't let this whole opportunity go by and not say something. I know so much personal stuff about the Armstrongs you wouldn't believe it. How did that happen? To make such statements, and it seems incredulous me sitting here telling you this. I've lived with this every day of my life for the last 45 years. I was 15 years old when I was there. Why did that happen? When Neil was picked to be the first man on the moon, Viola, his mother, became a dignitary in Ohio instantly. She was the person hanging medals around winners' necks in all the science arenas. After the 7th or 8th medal she hung on my neck within 4 weeks, she looked at me and she says, "What are you doing, child?" And I said, "I guess I'm a little busy." So she said, "Come over to my house." We met and we became best friends. And it went on and on from there. But there are so many stories about Neil that you don't know, even Americans don't know. They were a very, very private family. Do y'all know where Neil's burial site is? Yeah. He doesn't have one. We never buried him. We cremated him and threw his remains in the ocean. That's a fact. He was so private, he did not want to be memorialized in a grave. So I can go on for 8 hours and tell you all incredible anecdotes about the family and stuff. But anyway, what was the question about the doctor photos?
Yeah, David, airbrushed photographs. What do you think they're airbrushing out? Why did you think NASA doing that?
Obviously, the stuff on the moon they don't want us to see. And I don't know what they are. I haven't been there. I haven't seen them myself. I've seen some of the photos, and I'll admit, it's really interesting because there are structures up there I cannot explain. You got the arch, you got the tower, you got this thing looks like a Enterprise from Star Trek had been slid in, dirt thrown up around it, and call it a moon base. I have no idea what those things are, but like crop circles, which y'all do have, they warrant serious investigation and looking. So if I pull all this stuff off that's coming up in about 5 days from now, I got to go to this country, and they transfer the funds they say they're going to, I'm going to start a space program like you ain't never seen. And the first thing I'm going to is back to the moon. And I have 12 sites. You know what the 12 sites are? 12 sites that NASA told us not to go to. So that's how I'm going to start. And my drones will go up there and we'll see what they are. They obviously are airbrushing stuff. I agree with you on that. They're covering something up. And what it is, I don't know, but I asked Neil the question. We were sitting in the kitchen, his mother's kitchen. He was looking out the breakfast window. And I asked him, I said, "Neil, did you run into anybody up there?" And Neil was an Eagle Scout. It's really hard to become an Eagle Scout. Neil was last of the Boy Scouts. He would never lie. So he didn't want to lie to me, so he stared out the window, and it's the look on his face. And I've known him for years. So the look on his face was, he didn't want to lie. So what he said was, "There are things we're going to find out later," and that's all he said. But that was enough for me. Something happened up there. He ran into something, what, I don't know. But it was enough to really alter his life. Viola was worried about it because that wasn't the son that came back from the moon. That was the one that went to the moon. So she even knew something happened, but didn't allude to what. So that's, yeah, they are doctoring the photos. They are hiding something up there. What, I don't know, but let's go find out. How about that?
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what an answer. Linda.
It just begs to have this next piece after what David just said. In 1990, I was working as a supervising producer on what became the Sighting series on Fox. And I was based with an office in Paramount and working with Fox. So we had a lot of resources and contacts, and one of the goals that I had was to interview as many astronauts as possible who may have seen something unusual in their stories. And at the top of my list was Neil Armstrong. And what I was so puzzled by is that when I started what was easy with other astronauts, Pete McDivitt answered the phone at his home and we were able to do an interview with him and with others. But to get to Neil Armstrong, it was 2 weeks in and I was becoming very, it was almost like urgent. We have to find out why it is that we cannot get in touch with the man who made history of stepping on the moon. And that led to a pilot who Neil Armstrong had known in his late teens when he began working toward becoming a pilot. And I had a dinner meeting with this pilot who said, remember the big ticker tape parade in New York after Neil Armstrong had stepped onto the moon? He said, well, I called. I've been his friends for a long time. And the Neil that answered the phone was not the Neil that I remembered. His voice sounded down, and I was so confused because now he was the most famous person on the planet. And he was invited over, and he said when he got there, the lights in the house were nearly off or just dim. His old buddy was not effusive. They went into the living room, said Neil Armstrong sunk down, slumping into a sofa, and mentioned to the pilot, why don't you sit there? And he said, I looked at Neil, my old friend, and I said, what is wrong? And he said, this old buddy that he is just getting there and hadn't seen for quite a while is not even looking at his eyes and is looking down at the floor when he says, remember when that last 15 seconds and we're coming down in the lander and NASA made an announcement to the public, everyone heard it? There are rocks and they're going to turn the lander and you see dust come up. And the pilot was saying to me, Neil explained, he put his hand out and he said, we were looking at 3 huge silver discs on the rim of the crater, and it would have been broadcast straight to the world. And the whole rest of the discussion, he said, which was not very long, boiled down to Neil Armstrong telling him that night, his old buddy, I'm not going to go out into this world with a chain around my neck and lie. And that, as far as I know, is a true story about a human being who did something that seems beyond extraordinary. And yet his own existence on the earth after he returned, as most people know, was he basically disappeared. Except for a very few pieces, he disappeared. And I think that pilot gave me an insight. And David, I don't know if you have another insight.
I do. I didn't know, I never heard anything about the 3 silver discs, but that doesn't mean they wasn't talking about it. But Neil went through a horrible time when he came back. And just a few months after he got back, he divorced his wife. I was there when the divorce went on. It was ugly, very hurtful to him. And where he went after that, he went to South Dakota to the oil fields with his brother, and they ran oil well derricks, and they sold out in the 80s right before the bust. They made a lot of money. Neil came back, and then he went to Lebanon, Ohio, and taught physics at the University of Cincinnati till he retired out. But to show you how vastly private Neil is, Neil sued his barber because his barber was taking clippings from his hair and selling them. And so he sued him not to do that. That's how intensely private this family was. So that's why he disappeared, because he just offered his brother. But you know, you pointed something out that just made me remember. Before he went to the moon, he had the prettiest eyes you ever seen, like Paul Newman. When he came back, he was always staring down. And I forgot that until you said it.
And William Mills Tompkins, who died about 18 months ago, at 93 or 94 or 95, I've forgotten, but he had worked with Bob Wood on 1 or 2 books having to do with what he described as a career working with the Navy and doing scale models of varying kinds of UFO craft. And William Mills Tompkins, in a 5-hour interview recorded with me, and I think I've only done 3 5-hour interviews in my entire professional career, William Mills Tompkins told me, independent, I had not talked to him about Neil Armstrong or this story that I just told you. William Mills Tompkins said, and after Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, he said, I was shown in the office where I worked the 3 silver discs lined up that we did take photographs of that were just hidden by the turn and the dust, and that they were 3, and he said, about the size of football fields, and that matches what the pilot told me that Neil Armstrong told him.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to another question, ladies and gentlemen.
Transient lunar phenomena consisting of strange flashes and glows have been seen coming from the lunar surface for many years. What do you think these could be?
Okay, so we'll start with Richard this time, I think. Richard, transient lunar phenomena, it's obviously been going on for some time. What's your take on that?
You gotta give me the one question I really don't want to answer. So I'm gonna just mention, I'm gonna give it to Mike, and I'm just gonna talk about the photographs, because I did want to just say one very quick thing about that.
Okay.
Which is that I very firmly believe that there's a lot of doctoring of those photographs. And you've got the Neil Armstrong story, which, Linda, thank you for mentioning that one. Tim Good, UK UFO researcher extraordinaire, also had a Neil Armstrong story, nearly identical to what you were describing, Linda. Tim had his own contact who overheard Neil Armstrong discussing this at a function. And I've always believed that story. I talked with Tim about it, in fact. And then you've got NASA employees. Donna Hare, I think, very prominently has talked about. She worked for NASA subcontractor Philco Ford in the early 70s. She knew all the people involved over at the Marshall Space Center, and she heard a lot of the stories. They were secondhand, but they were good, direct stories from a lot of the astronauts themselves.
And about she was taught how to do the airbrushing.
Yeah, right. She worked with someone who was the pro at the airbrushing. She talked a bit about that process. There's a really good interview she did years ago, back in the 90s, with the late researcher Elaine Douglas. That's out there on the internet. But there's a lot on this. There's a tremendous amount of it's very explicit testimony, I guess is what I would say. And she said, and other individuals have said, Ken Johnson, who's still around, he talks about this, that there wasn't a single mission out there in which our astronauts were not monitored by unknown objects. I'll just leave it at that. As far as the transient lunar phenomenon, I don't really have a strong opinion on this one way or the other. I think someone with scientific background would be better at answering that.
Thank you, Richard. Mike, what's your take on transient lunar phenomenon?
Okay, well, first of all, again on the Neil Armstrong story, I do have 2 friends. I'll get the TLPs, I promise. I have two friends, Ken Johnson being one of them, and another guy named Marv Zarnik, who's passed away, who both told me, they both worked at NASA, they were both in the, at Mission Control during Apollo 11, and they both told me that within 30 minutes of the landing, that story was spreading through NASA like wildfire. Now, again, that's secondhand, but that indicates to me that it's a true story, because what Armstrong would have done is he would have used his private medical channel, which nobody else could hear, to describe what was going on. I don't know about the part about them being able to see these things on the crater, because the camera was a 16 millimeter film camera pointed down basically as they landed. I don't think they could have seen far beyond that, but there are reasons why they did not land where they were supposed to land, and it wasn't because of boulders, because you can go back and look at the reconnaissance photos and there's no freaking boulders there, right? Oh, there's boulders as big as Volkswagen buses. No, there isn't, not on any of the pictures. So that was a complete lie. But not that Neil Armstrong is a liar. I think he's a man of integrity. Now, so the transient lunar phenomenon, this morning I gave you a presentation about this concept that Hoagland came up with back in '94 of these glass structures towering over the lunar surface, which were basically built as a meteor shield. And again, those things are there. I showed you the colors, how the light hits the glass and the prismatic effects bends the light and creates all these exotic colors on the surface of the moon, which NASA has whitewashed out for years. And so all that's happening, in my opinion, is that the sunlight is hitting these panes of glass or crystal or whatever they are at a certain specific angle, and it's bouncing back to the camera or the observer, and that's what people are seeing and what they've seen for hundreds and hundreds of years. There's reports going all the way back. It's not outgassing. It's just the simplest explanation is that it's this glass stuff that we see in all kinds of photographs of the lunar surface. So that's what I think people are seeing.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our open questions. Now, our distinguished panelists will be presented with a series of audience choice questions. Richard Dolan. Richard, do you believe there may have been a secret space program running at the time of the Apollo missions?
The Apollo mission, secret space program at the same time, Richard. What do you think?
I think it's entirely possible. I think it's entirely likely. When you take stories like one that I very firmly believe, the 1988 ARV, Alien Reproduction Vehicle story, I was just looking into that quite recently again, and it was reminded to me by aviation, military, and UFO historian Michael Schratt that a lot of the technology used for that ARV was said to have actually been off-the-shelf tech from the 1960s. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And in fact, I think that there's definitely been a strong covert reason to go out into space. I definitely believe that there's been reverse engineering efforts that have been underway since the 1940s and 1950s. And like I think most of the people here, I think that there were significant breakthroughs made at some point in the 1950s in terms of propulsion. So yeah, I think that there was absolutely a covert clandestine space program going on by the 1960s. And the thing is, you've got to go under the pretext of having this public technology, because the fact is the technology used, at least the revolutionary elements of the technology, would be very disruptive to introduce to the rest of the world in terms of the petroleum industry and a lot of everything else related to that. And then also, I think it would be just very important for a superpower like the United States to maintain as much control and secrecy over its advanced activities in Earth orbit and beyond. I don't think there'd be any need for them to want to tell the whole rest of the world of everything that they're doing. I think they'd want to keep a lot of cards very close to their vest. So I do think the answer is probably yes.
Thank you, Richard.
Linda Moulton Howe. Linda, do you believe that extraterrestrials may currently occupy areas of the moon?
Occupying areas of the moon now, Linda?
Yes, and that comes from first-hand statements by one, Spartan 1, has seen photographs of the base on the moon that's on the dark side. And it is a base that is controlled and operated, he says, by non-humans and goes into the interior of the moon. I also have other whistleblower sources that have worked on programs in which they have either been involved with getting equipment on alleged shuttle flights or flights up to the ISS. And they insist that we have used the International Space Station as a cover for launches that are actually going to the moon and getting to the backside. This ties into a different kind of technology that the man who is at the National Security Agency on the 8th floor working in Cyber Command in charge of interstellar trade routes says that since the early 70s, we have had the ability to work with an extraterrestrial group on interstellar trade, and that our biggest goal is to get rare metals, and that we have been getting a supply through interstellar trade. And what we give them is back-engineered technology that we have made from retrievals. So suddenly is this picture that the moon is like a new Walmart. You've got non-humans using it, you've got humans using it, and soon there will be humans from the Earth in many nations that are going to be fighting about who will be in the Shackleton crater getting the most sun energy from that South Pole. And that if you look 10 years ahead, and David, I'd be curious if you felt the same way, the moon and Mars are going to be part of our 6 o'clock news.
Wow. Thank you, Linda.
Mike Barra. Mike, do you believe that the inhabitants of the ancient buildings and structures found on the moon were faced with a catastrophe of some sort?
Well, Mike, are they just old, or did they face a catastrophe, these buildings that have been seen on the moon?
Yeah, there were a number of major cataclysms in the solar system in the fairly, it could have been 100,000 years ago, or it could have been millions of years ago, but clearly there was once a planet that orbited about where Mars orbits now, because you can look at Mars itself and you can see that it has two massive tidal bulges. And the only way you get a tidal bulge like that is if you're in an orbital lock relationship with a bigger planet, like the way the moon is with Earth, where it always shows the same face. So that is a clear indication that Mars was locked into this big planet. Dr. Tom Van Flandern called it Planet V or Planet 5. Other people call it Maldek or Phaeton or different names like that. There was another planet where the asteroid belt is now. They were these super Earths. As we look around other solar systems, we see that they have these super Earths, which is something between a gas giant and a rocky terrestrial planet like the Earth. They're about twice the size of Earth. They're about 5 times as massive, and they are very, very tectonically unstable. So either they were blown up or they blew up, but they bombarded the entire inner solar system with all this incredible debris from these explosions. Now, if you look at Mars, you can clearly see one hemisphere is completely spattered with so many craters you can't even count them. The other side is basically smooth because that was the side that was facing this planet when it exploded or when it was blown up. You look at Venus. Venus has a massive scar about 1/3 of the way around the planet, so I think Venus was an Earth-like world before, until this giant piece of something hit it at 43,000 miles an hour, ripped through the core of the planet. All this volcanic activity started, vaporized the oceans, and created this atmospheric hell that exists, sulfuric hell that exists on Venus now. And the same thing happened to the moon, because you see, I showed you the pictures of these glass structures, and there are parts of them that have these huge holes in them where they've just been battered through by some sort of debris. So I basically, as you look all around the solar system, including the Earth, you see these massive impacts, the ones that killed the dinosaurs, which the scientists tell us were 65 million years ago, but it might have been 65 million years ago. The truth is, when scientists, these guys date things, they date them based on crater counts, because they assume that in the far distant past, there was a lot more debris around that could collide with stuff. But if that's not true, if planets can explode, then crater counts are useless in terms of dating. So truth is, we don't really know when these things took place, but I think clearly whatever civilization or civilizations were on the moon, and I think there were at least 3 or 4 epochs of, because there's stuff high up, there's stuff down below, there's stuff underneath, there's all these different civilizations that were probably there. Yeah, they were caught up in one of these several cataclysms, and honestly, they may have been natural disasters or they may have been wars, and we just don't know.
Thank you, Mike.
David Adair. David, over the last 50 years, there have been sudden advancements in technology. Do you think someone else has by now created an electromagnetic fusion containment engine, much like the one you created?
Okay, David, do you think anybody else has created an electromagnetic fusion engine like the one you've created? Has anybody else tried that?
As far as I know right now, there's not an electromagnetic fusion containment engine in existence anywhere right now. The last one was in 1971, I know, because I destroyed it at Area 51 of all places. To understand the technology that's involved in such a device is enormous, and it's so handy if you apply it to our world energy needs. What I did in 1971, it took me, let's see, I first started designing it when I was 12 years old. So for 5 years, I worked on design. Then for 26 and a half months, we were under construction. And I had an army of people helping me, not just by myself. I had General Curtis LeMay as the project manager. And then we had Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. We had Los Alamosis, Battelle Memorial, Rand, and go down the list as long as you arm. And we modularized all the work, so when people were doing the components, they knew that it went into some kind of propulsion device, but they didn't know what. And LeMay set that up. It was really smart, so you can't figure out what it was. When we got all the parts back, we did the final assembly at my lab, and we got it done. If you don't know what I'm talking about, and some of you look glazed over out there, I don't think you have a clue what it is I'm talking about. So let me explain to you in a simple term. I created a magnetic bottle, and inside that bottle I detonated deuterium and another substance for proprietary reasons I'm not going to tell you. But when I detonated, I had a hydrogen bomb explosion. I contained it. It stayed in the bottle. Now, don't be sitting there thinking, well, there's no material on Earth that could withstand a hydrogen explosion. You're absolutely right. There is nothing. It's what's holding it in place is magnetic fields. These magnetic fields that I've created, which took me from age 12 to 17 to get perfected, these fields are operating as a black hole does in space. And it's the configuration that I have it set up on. No containment project right now running today has the containment configuration that I have. They are running on tutorial compressors. Looks like a nautilus. You ever seen a nautilus cut in half, concentric circles? Well, that's what their designs are. They're never going to get fusion containment because that's only half the answer. You have to have two of them. And when you hook them together, the cyclotrons will then blend them into a figure eight. What's the figure eight turn sideways in math? Infinity. Infinity, thank you. So, it's an old adage from an Oriental expression, let the dragon chase its own tail. So it's locked forever in this continuous infinity loop. And with that, I can tap on it through a plasma beam. I can open up an orifice, a hole in the field, and tap onto that power. And it's such enormous power. And I'm not, some people said, you're talking about cold fusion. No, this thing's not cold, y'all. Inside my magnetic bottle, it runs at 100 million degrees centigrade. That's 10,000 times hotter than the core of the sun. So it's extremely hot. That's why it would be so handy here on Earth. Can you imagine what I could do to Yucca Mountain? I could eat it, and there would be nothing left, not even radiation. Feed it into this thing, get energy out of it, and the material is gone forever. Imagine what I could do to the trash in the oceans. Eat it. No hydrocarbons, no atoms, nothing left. It's total annihilation at that pressure and temperature. So it's a perfect waste disposal energy system that you could use here on Earth. If you go to phase 2, 3, and 4 on it, you move it out in space where it's supposed to be. Never was supposed to be launched from the Earth to orbit. That's just our military wanting to speed up the process. But if you put this where it's supposed to be, what can I do for you? Well, I could answer Einstein's riddle. How can you go millions of times faster than the speed of light without breaking the speed of light and stay within Newtonian physics? That's what I was able to do. That's probably about as clear as mud to you, isn't it? Let me give you an example. You don't have a piece of paper over there, do you?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, right here is us, Milky Way galaxy. Over here is Andromeda galaxy. To get across this page at the speed of light at 186,000 miles a second, it would take you 200 million years to get across this page. Well, that's just not going to do, y'all. We don't live that long. So we're going to have to go a little bit faster. How much faster? About 1.5 million times faster. So what happens is with my engine, remember the magnetic bottle, the magnetic spheres? I don't have 5 hours to explain the details, but I can get an echo wave outside this chamber to go outside my spacecraft. Then my spacecraft becomes like what did I say it was operating like? A black hole. So my spacecraft will roll space around the spacecraft. And when it does, this is what I will do. At about 1/4 light speed, I will fly the width of this edge. I will jump through see how the barriers are touching each other? Those are transdimensional barriers. So what is happening, it's called transdimensional jump drive. And you'll go across this page at about 1/4 light speed. In about 5 to 8 minutes, your time, you turn the engine off, and now you're over here at Andromeda Galaxy. You went hundreds of millions of times faster than the speed of light without breaking the speed of light. I wonder what old Einstein would have thought of that. So anyhow, there was a movie called Event Horizon. Anybody ever see that? Well, Sam Neill did that demonstration. How did he do that demonstration? I wrote the script. That's where it came from.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Shopping list.
Richard Dolan. Richard, Gary McKinnon was accused of hacking into 97 United States military and NASA computers over a 13-month period between February 2001 and March 2002. Richard, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, Richard, obviously a lot of people in our audience know of Gary McKinnon, obviously for being in the UK. We know that you've interviewed him, you've met him.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, Gary did an amazing thing in the late 1990s, going up into the early 2000s, was interested in looking into the UFO cover-up and used the resources available to him to, this is the perfect time in history to do what he did, because there was enough connectivity for him to access certain servers within the at Marshall Space Center and connected with the U.S. Space Command and so on. And the security on a lot of them was not significant at all. And actually what he wrote was, he described this as a Perl script, where he just sought out all of these computers that either had no password protection or their password was password. And this is what he said. And there were enough of them that he was able to get into the system and snoop around. And so he was doing this for several years during the late 90s. Now, this is in the era before practical screen capture. I mean, you remember the big old computer monitors of that era. It's a totally different world now. But he accessed these sites. They were, the interesting thing about Gary McKinnon was how there's a lot of interesting things, how the news coverage changed. From the very beginning, he was the UFO hacker. Although a lot of people would say he didn't technically hack anything, but that's a whole other issue. He got in, he shouldn't have gotten in. But he was the UFO hacker. And if you really look at the news coverage over the years, the UFO part went away. And he just became, according to the Pentagon, the most expensive, dangerous hacker in modern history. That's a total lie. That's a total lie. But and then they inflated the costs supposedly associated with dealing with his intrusion and gave it this ridiculously high number. But the fact was that the mainstream media continually overlooked about Gary was that the U.S. government was trying to extradite him year after year. And in a sense, it's a confirmation of what Gary was looking for. He went in looking for UFO data, stated to people that he found UFO data, found evidence that there was a clandestine space operation going on. He talked about those different types of evidence that he found. One of them was not Operation Solar Warden. He was very explicit to clarify that. But he did find evidence for a secret space program, and he talked about it, and the United States then went after him for over a decade. So I think that's a really interesting statement. And, you know, I was lucky to get an interview with Gary. It was, I think, the first one he did in many, many years. And it was a good interview, and we have it on our YouTube channel, and and he's got it on his channel now. So it's there, it's available to look at. I'll just add, he really did not want to do the interview. He did it as a favor to me. Yeah. I was very grateful for that. He wanted to talk about other things that he's currently interested in, but I knew, look, what does the world want to know? They want to know what Gary McKinnon's story was. And after all of these years, he gave a fresh and a really good interview about what he went through. And by the way, guy looks like David Bowie. Like, he really does, and he sounds like him too. He's awesome. And he's a wonderful man, by the way. But I think what he went through was a very difficult ordeal, and he found genuine information about a secret space program.
Just a brief ad. If you talk with him recently, I did one of the first interviews with him back in 2001 to 2 period. And it was so funny because by then it was as if this guy in the UK had this knowledge and strategy about how to hack in to various intel agencies in the United States and had come up with a spreadsheet that said non-terrestrial officers.
Right.
And Gary told me in that first interview, he said, if you saw where my mom and I live, and you saw my computer, and you saw my modem, you would know that it takes me 30 to 40 minutes to get anything accessed in the United States. And he said, I was just looking for anything that was vulnerable and not protected by a password. And think about it today. If you go back to 2000, 2001, all of us were struggling with just getting any pictures and anything up. And Gary was stressing that this whole huge operation of him stumbling across non-terrestrial officers was after he waited for 30 or 40 minutes for his modem to even connect.
Yeah, it's a good point. It was a real struggle, but it was really the sweet spot historically for him to do what he did. Because, of course, it would be very difficult to do that now. Obviously, security measures are totally different. So he was able to do it at a moment in history where it actually was possible. Difficult, but he was able to do it. And fortunately, this became enough of a cause célèbre in the United Kingdom that people were able to get the UK government to push back enough to the United States government to say, look, don't do this. And it worked. So that was a really great thing that happened that the UK population was able to do on behalf of Gary.
Thank you.
Mike Bauer. Mike, numerous researchers claim that ancient buildings on the moon may have been constructed underneath huge glass-type domes. If this is true, what are your thoughts why materials like glass would be used?
Mike, why glass?
This will be quick. This is a quick answer. I talked about this morning in my presentation. The difference between glass on the moon and glass on Earth is that glass on Earth has moisture in it, and it's the moisture that makes it fracturable. It makes it possible to throw, in America we call it a baseball, a hardball, maybe a cricket ball here, through a window and shatter it. But on the moon, the glass that's there is created by the heat process of superheating supernovas and things like that, but there's no moisture. So it's actually significantly stronger than glass on the Earth, to the point that there are a couple studies that say it's as strong or even stronger than steel. So basically you've got this super lightweight extraterrestrial material, this lunar glass, that you can make something like we see in some of these pictures. You can quite easily assemble these things into these scaffolding type of structures, which would make them an ideal material for shielding for an operation you had going on the airless lunar surface. In fact, NASA has specific plans. There are papers out there where they plan on building structures themselves when they eventually build a moon base. One of the plans is we're just going to take lunar glass and remelt it and reform it and basically use that for a dome shield or a shield over the top of the bases. They're talking about partially burying some of these containers and things and are going to put glass over the top.
How much is there right now to work with, Mike? Lunar glass right now, naturally?
How much?
Yes.
Is there on the surface?
Right.
It's all over the place. Basically, the surface itself is basically made up primarily of aluminum, titanium, and glass. So it's pretty easy to mine, and it's everywhere. They even found these objects that they called glazed donuts, which they eventually determined were pieces of basically lunar regolith, which had been melted into glass, and they were all shiny. And the reason that that had happened is because there had been a solar flare that basically hit them for about like a fraction of a second, like a thousandth of a second, but at over 100,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and just instantly turned them into these glass clumps. So there's plenty of it on the surface that they can use.
No, thank you, Mike.
Richard Dolan. Richard, there are a number of researchers that believe that our moon could be some form of giant hollow space station purposely placed in orbit on Earth. What are your views on this?
Richard.
These are hard questions for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the moon is an odd thing in so many ways, and the position of it, the size of it, it's highly unusual. The fact that it faces us the way it does. It's been argued that it's an artificial structure. I've never really personally believed that. It doesn't make any sense to me that it would be, but the question was, hollows, what was the...
Well, I mean, do you think its orbit is unusual? I mean, how unusual is it? I mean, compared to the rest of the solar system, compared to other moons around?
Yeah, well, it's unique in terms of its size to the planet that it goes around. It's very, very large compared with other moons, and we all know that. And, there's a lot of oddities about the moon. But I've never felt confident or comfortable in going into the moon as an artificial structure kind of a thing. David wants to answer, so I'm giving this off to David.
Okay, thank you, Richard. David, what do you think?
I love listening to him. I could listen to him all day. There was an experiment done when Neil put the packages out on the moon. There was about 7 different instruments altogether. One was a solar wind that could measure the solar winds. Another was a micrometeor impact device. Another one was a pyramid of little mirrors, which is the thing that we use to fire lasers to the moon and back. So if we didn't go to the moon, how come we kept those mirrors up there? I can give you a phone number to 3 different observatories that fire a laser every single day to the moon, and it bounces back off of those mirrors so we can get measurements. And we were up there. And one of the instruments they put down, they didn't put them on all 6 landing sites. I think 4 of the landing sites got it. But Neil's was the first. It was a seismograph. Pushes the rods down the ground. They leave the moon, go back up to the command module. They get out of the upper stage of the lunar module. Then they shove it back down to the moon. It flies back into the moon and crashes. When that stage crashed into the moon the very first time, the moon rang like a bell for 3 hours. The moon is hollow, y'all. And who told us? NASA. That's the irony of it. So what happened as the flights went on to Apollo 12, 13 we didn't land, we went around, 14, 15, they put bigger hydroxine motors on the retro rockets so they could fire the rockets and pick up more speed and make a bigger impact. The other lunar seismographs were put out there, and at the very last one on Apollo 17, when we fired it back in, the moon rang for 3 days. Now, if somebody was living inside the moon, I'm sure they loved that. But the moon is so odd, y'all. I can get on a blackboard if I had one up here, and mathematically I can prove to you that the Earth is not big enough to capture a moon of that size and hold it. It just can't. The weight is not there. The what we call it, the specific gravity is not there. Also, the moon is locked in a tidal lock, which means it doesn't rotate. So we see just one side of it, and that's it. That's unusual. I'm not saying that somebody flew it here, but you can catch astrophysicists in something. I've done it before. It's fun to do.
So I was just having a little private convo with Barra over here, so which is what we like to do sometimes. So here, but what about the possibility? Because I've often wondered if there's maybe just huge caverns under the surface rather than calling it hollow. Seems like that's a real stretch.
Could be.
Could I jump in here
Yes,
from
Linda,
the
what's your
human
thoughts?
abduction, the human abduction syndrome for at least 30, 40 years? There have been many people who have said they were taken to the moon in a craft, or they were shown that there was a hollow moon and that inside were all kinds of computers and monitors to keep an eye and an ear on our planet. And that when you talk with astronomers about the uniqueness of Earth's moon and the size of it and this whole question of whether it's hollow, the one thing that I've always been impressed by was the first time I realized if you go through the rest of our solar system, there is no other planet-moon system that is going to have eclipses of the sun and eclipses of the moon because of the perfect fit, as if that was also part of the setup of the hollow moon to watch and to give a drama on this planet that would somehow manipulate or influence humans. And that all comes up in the human abduction syndrome literature.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, we'll go to our next question.
Linda Moulton-Howe.
Back to you,
Linda, NASA hacker Gary McKinnon claimed that he not only saw a photograph of a large cylinder-shaped craft in Earth's orbit on NASA computers, but that it looked to have no seams or rivets. He found references to two of the ship's names, the USS 𝗪𝗓𝗦𝗬𝗧 and the USS 𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗬𝗧. Linda, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, was anything ever found of USS 𝗪𝗓𝗦𝗬𝗧 or 𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗧? Any records? Clearly these are naval ships. Yeah.
If I may, I'm going to throw this to my colleague to my right, because I think you would know more than I.
Not on this particular question. What got me was the name 𝗪𝗦𝗬𝗧. That's I'm assuming they're referring to General 𝗪𝗓𝗦 or named it after him. No, I'm not really up on that area. How about that? Something I don't know.
What about you, Mike?
Come on, Mike.
Well, I mean, look, the speculative super secret space program is not really my area, other than establishing that we did have the technology to basically build flying saucers, I think, by the late 50s. So I can't really comment on this. I mean, I think it's perfectly viable. I've never heard of the 𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗧 or the 𝗪𝗦𝗧. 𝗪𝗦𝗧 seems like not really a guy you would want to name. You would want to name an important spacecraft after. I don't like him very much, but I mean, who knows? You know, it's one of those things where it's a great story.
I agree.
I don't have anything to support it, other than the fact that I think we do clearly have very advanced technology that we've never seen.
𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗧 was the first director of the CIA in the U.S.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's 𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗧.
Yeah, 𝗪𝗘𝗕𝗦𝗧 was definitely MJ-12, but 𝗪𝗦𝗬𝗧 was not. So I don't know.
Okay. And there's no known record anywhere of could be naval ships or anything. No.
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I don't believe so at all. No.
You stumped the panel.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to the next question.
Mike Barra. Mike, if there was once an ancient civilization living on our moon, why do you think NASA would keep this a secret?
What's the reason for the big secret?
This comes right back to the other question I got shortly before, which is about exploding planets. Because here's the thing. If you admit that there was once a more highly advanced civilization than ours today, on the moon or on Mars, and they built this face on Mars and this gigantic pentagonal pyramid and all that stuff, what do you guys think the first question you're going to get at the press conference is? What happened to them? And if the answer is, this planet right next to Mars exploded, people are going to go, wait a minute, planets can explode? I mean, do you really think that they want those kinds of questions? So that's the reason. It goes all the way back to the Brookings Report, where they talked about if you discover artifacts, you should seriously consider not telling anybody, which became the basis for 2001: A Space Odyssey, the film. it's pretty obvious that when you introduce something like that into the body politic and into the mindset of people, it could have disastrous consequences. Because guess what? Last time I checked, we live on a planet. And there are actually papers out there that talk about how you can have a natural nuclear chain reaction on a planet of sufficient size and mass, and the Earth qualifies, and the whole thing can just go boom for basically no reason. So if that's actually, now I don't know if that paper is rock solid, but it's a scientific paper that was out there that's been peer reviewed. And so you're basically saying to people, you know, they were more advanced than us, but they got wiped out by something. And if it's not a natural disaster, what if the answer is there was a war? Oh, really? There's space wars. So there's aliens out. I mean, they don't want to answer any of those questions. So that's why it's critical to keep this a secret or to let it out in a way that's very, very timed release, like timed release aspirin, you know, little by little by little, so that it really doesn't affect people, because it could really cause calamitous circumstances in our civilization.
Thank you, Mike.
David Adair. David, do you believe there is an urgency to go back to the moon?
Is there
And
an
if so,
urgency?
why?
And why would there be an urgency to go back to the moon, David?
Well, if the urgency has been of late, not too big of an urgency, I don't see anybody flying to the moon. There's, God Almighty, I mean, look at NASA. For the second time in our lifetime, NASA has shut down the manned space flight program. We do not have one anymore. They went down there and they took cutting torches and they cut all the launch pads out. It's just a big slab of concrete. And they sold all of the launch gantry iron to China. Go figure. So anyway, we have no way of getting back to the moon. And this kind of ties into this question. I had no idea that 50 years ago, here I'm sitting with Viola Armstrong, that 50 years into the future, not only can I not get to go back to the moon with any vehicle, can't even get off the planet. I have no way, America has no way of getting somebody into space. None. 50 years ago, we could launch 3 men, 450 tons of lunar equipment, 500,000 miles out to the moon and back, and do it over and over. Did we go forwards or backwards in our progress? We went backwards. We have no way of going there now. I would have never dreamed we'd be sitting here like this. I even wrote a book, I haven't published it yet. It's called, Where the Hell is George Jetson? You know? It's like we expect to be there now with all that stuff. We've got nothing. We just got a miserable world that's going from day to day, dragging us along with it. And it don't have to be that way. But that's the thing I find so perplexing and frustrating, is that we're not going forwards, we're going backwards, and now we just stop dead still. So if I can pull this off with those 1%ers, man, I'll give you a space program like you ain't never seen. And I'm not going to sit here and look up and go, I wonder what's going on. I'm going, I'll find out. So, you know.
I want to add something.
I should say I'm too fat and bald to go, but I will pick the crews that will go. And that's going to be really cool, looking at the faces up on the moon when I picked those people.
That's really interesting. I just want to add one thing, tacking on to what David was talking about. It makes sense to me that the first question that we were asked is, why have we not gone since 1972? And you kind of made me think. I mean, we're not going to go back to the moon using the technology that was currently officially being used to do it. Lots of big rockets and all that liquid fuel. It's not really practical to keep a program like that going, and Mike pointed out how expensive it is. But if you've got other technology, breakthrough technology, breakaway technology that enables you to do all kinds of things, to go there much more easily, which I think is the truth, but that technology can't be just rolled out casually because it is way too revolutionary, it's way too radical. So really their only option from an official point of view is to shut it down. There's nothing else they could do with it. How many rockets are you going to send out there? So I think what we're dealing with is we've gone now 50 years and our official level of technology has progressed significantly from where it was in the late 60s, of course. So it seems to me that there's a very good chance that they could recommence an official moon program using much, much better technology. And I do think that there's going to be a good opportunity for private contractors to make a lot of money by segueing in classified technology to be able to make use of back and forth moon trips for the rest of the world. And I would look to see some of this disclosure that we're looking at could very well be with the whole, you're talking about the battle between Trump and TTSA, but really what it most likely would be is a battle between private corporations that do and do not have, they have varying levels of access to this secret tech. And it's really an entirely logical scenario to see that certain people in the know but who do not have access to that tech would be pushing a disclosure scenario, maybe with the hopes of getting access to that technology, or conversely, a corporation that does have access to the technology might want to open this up as well for their own reasons, to be able to utilize that technology. I think there's an entire behind-the-scenes private industry battle that's going on that's pushing this, and with very conceivably the desire for them to utilize this classified tech. It's beyond hands of the government. It's the private corporations that I think are driving this increasingly. And we're now at the point, 50 years later, where maybe a few of these companies have made the decision, let's make a little bit more money off of this. Just a thought.
And meanwhile, tonight you will hear Spartan One also talk about the man that he knows on the 8th floor of the National Security Agency right now in Washington, D.C., who is managing the interstellar trade route that he insists we have had since the early 1970s, which is exactly what Control Remote Viewer Lynn Buchanan told us about his boss and what he was doing 3 years ago. And therefore, the big box is that we have some ally who has extraterrestrial technology and is helping us with trade routes while we are sitting having discussions about whether or not we have a base on the moon or Mars. And I think, from my point of view, it is very clear that we have interstellar trade routes which would exactly complement what you just said, because the Spartan One told me the way it's handled is through private corporations, not government agencies, technically for legal reasons.
Okay, and I know David wanted to finish on a few.
Follow up to answer your question, an urgency to go back to the moon. The reason I didn't want to answer immediately because I think I'm the guy that caused it. Let me explain myself. 30 years ago. Now imagine how young y'all would be 30 years younger. Some of you probably wouldn't even be sitting here. Anyhow, 30 years ago, I went to Beijing, China, and CSA called me, China Space Academy. And while I was there, it was kind of an exchange of ideas. And I don't know how I got started. I just got started and wouldn't stop. But I drew out on the blackboards an entire mining operation for a substance called helium-3. Helium-3 is an isotope that's made by the sun by the tremendous heat thrown through the solar system by the solar winds nearly at the speed of light. Earth does not really get hardly any of it because of Van Allen radiation belts and all the layers of atmosphere, but the moon has none of that, so it slams into the moon. Well, why is helium-3 so important? Well, you're about to learn why. I showed China how to build these droid earth-moving robots, and you've seen earth movers, you see how big they are. Well, you land one, soft impact it on the moon, the thing starts rolling across an area actually no bigger than this room would do, and it will go down about 12 inches, pull up the soil, crush everything into a hopper, put the hopper into the direct sunlight, heats the crushed material and rocks up, and then out comes this gas, and then the machine turns its back to the sun and puts that gas chamber into the shade, which is 250 degrees below zero. The gas turns into a liquid. That's liquid helium-3. You then fire it into these things like little rocket bullets. They fire off of the Earth mover, go up to orbit to a mothership, and you load them in like bullets in a cylinder. The cylinder then flies back to Earth, lands by parachute with an ablative heat shield, and there you've got liquid helium-3 in your hand. Well, what good would that be? What we found out from the 1,200 pounds of moon rock that we brought back, the University of Northwestern conducted experiments and they got hold of helium-3. We took the helium-3 and had this idea of what would happen if we put it into a pile rod of a fusion reactor. Well, we did. You know what happened? Efficiency shot up quadruple. And the half-life reduced itself by 50%. So suddenly we're getting clean fusion power from helium-3. And I thought that was kind of cool, and I left. What I didn't know the little boogers were going to go. They're up on the moon right now, on the backside mining with my droids. So I don't care. I'm kind of glad they did it, but all I can tell them is move over because I'm coming. And I'm going to mine helium-3. That's an urgency to get back to the moon, to get a helium-3 to add to our energy depleting resources on this planet.
Wow, fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, we've had some really interesting questions today from the audience to our panel, and we want to thank our panel. But just in the meantime, we have to consider where we're going to be in 50 years' time from here. It's 50th anniversary today, and we have to consider where we're going to be in 50 years' time. And I think really it's quite amazing how fast technology is moving and where humanity is going, and the advancements, not just in technology, but also space exploration. After the Apollo panel is ended, please remain seated because we have a special announcement to make. But in the meantime, I would just give it up for these guys. They're amazing, aren't they?
This image obviously was rock cropped, turned into gray moon rock, and the image of the building and the cars in the background was, of course, cropped out. Why would they do that and then spread it all over the internet? You know why? To deceive you and fool you. Look at this image of this footprint on the moon. Look at this. I can't believe they scammed us like this. Look, look, look. Oh my goodness, this is, whoa. This is an x-ray of the extravehicular, the EV overshoe, that was designed to be worn over Apollo spacesuit boots while an astronaut was taking a walk on the moon. One of the largest and oldest conspiracy theories that can be traced back to the NASA Apollo moon missions that occurred between 1961 and 1975 is the conspiracy which is fueled by several hot topics, which I will debunk in this article. Yes, we went to the moon, but also, yes, there were some doctored video that came back as well. And there's a reason why. There's a reason why some of the video footage was a little doctored. And so there's a reason why I covered that as well in the blog. So yes, we went to the moon, and yes, we lied about it. I'm about to debunk some of the debunked information that has been spreading around for literally probably 10, 15 years, a lot of it. And unfortunately, a lot of it is absolutely junk, garbage, fake news. And so my hopes today is to educate you on true information, real information that you can actually look up for yourself, as you should be doing. If you take information from other accounts and other YouTube videos and just run away with it like it's the truth without doing any research, then, you know, like I said, you might as well go to church and sit there and listen to a pastor talk all day. We're actually going to go to the blog. I'm going to show it right here on this video, and we're going to walk through this whole thing, literally word by word, image by image, and we're going to cover this content today on the Forbidden Rant. This is the Forbidden blog. You can go to forbiddenknowledge.com/blog, B-L-O-G, and there's a lot of blogs in here. There's literally probably a few hundred blog articles that have been written. This one I wrote March 27th, I believe that was 2019, on this particular article. It says, yes, we went to the moon, and yes, we lied about it. So let's get right into it, guys. One of the largest and oldest conspiracy theories that can be traced back to the NASA Apollo moon missions that occurred between 1961 and 1975 is the conspiracy which is fueled by several hot topics, which I will debunk in this article. Okay, let's start with the first one. Below is a fake image that has gone viral online many, many times, by the way. This image is claimed to have been taken from a Hollywood studio and supposedly proves that the crew took a fake picture of themselves on the moon. The hoaxers are looking to deceive eager truth seekers with badly photoshopped images that could easily be debunked with a little bit of research. The hoaxers know that the majority of people are lazy and will not check anything. And that's a fact. Let's take a look at this image. This is a famous image. Boy, this has been going around for so long. You see the Apollo mission astronauts here doing a training mission. And you see them standing on the ground in what looks to be the moon, but there's no helmets on. Oh my God, they got no helmets, guys. This is in the Hollywood studio. Look at this. Not exactly. Let's have a look. That's why I put underneath this photo, the conscious community has been overrun by hoaxers and pranksters on a mission to deceive the public. They exchange lies for likes and views, pretty much. This is the original image, which is readily available. You can go download it directly from the official space agency website. It's an authentic image. It's very old. It's even in encyclopedias. It's an old image. This is a classic. Get up here. This is a super classic image where you can see the astronauts here. They're standing outside. They're out back of the actual space center. They're doing their own personal walkthrough, which you're supposed to do in their lunar lander, and they're out back. This image obviously was rock cropped, turned into gray moon rock, and the image of the building and the cars in the background was, of course, cropped out. Why would they do that and then spread it all over the internet? You know why? To deceive you and fool you into thinking that these people were in a Hollywood studio when they were right out in back of the Space Coast Center out there in NASA in Florida. This is where they were located. Let's move on to fake news number 2, the Van Allen radiation belt. Okay. Now, the Van Allen radiation belt, this video is a YouTube video which explains the actual path through the belts and a little bit of history about the belts. I can't play that, obviously, because this video is on my YouTube account, but I can walk you through it. Now, let's talk about the radiation belt. Prior to 1958, scientists were aware that ions and electrons could be trapped by the Earth's magnetic field, but not such that trapped particles actually existed. At most, it was proposed that during magnetic storms, a temporary trapped population might create a ring around the Earth, a ring of radiation, obviously. which decayed again as the storm ebbed. So as the storm ebbed and flowed, these radiation particles, these ions, they would build up and they would cascade, they would fade away. They would build up, they would cascade, they would fade away. Okay? Van Allen, Dr. Van Allen, he had recognized this, and he brought it up to NASA and said, look, there's this buildup of radiation that cascades around the Earth from time to time. And they recognized it and they checked it out, and they was like, you know what? Wow, this is interesting. And they really found out that it did exist. So they were like, wow, what does this mean? What can we do? They started researching this, okay? Researching it. And what they found was that the radiation belts did exist, but they found out two things that were very interesting. They found out, number one, it would take a person about 3 days to be fully exposed in an unprotected vessel inside the thickest part of the radiation belt to receive a lethal dose of radiation. And since the moon mission was only going to take a few hours to get through the radiation belt, it didn't even matter. The next thing they found out was that there are these gigantic openings where Earth's magnetic field whips out of the Earth and creates these huge space highways, if you want to call it, these huge openings. And they were able to plot a course directly through the openings, and the plotted course coordinates are available to the general public. And this arrow that you see here on this image that I put, this tracks the actual course for the rendezvous with the moon through the weakest part of the Van Allen radiation belt as the astronauts took off from Earth and went through that particular swath, that opening of magnetic fields that it created. Data from Explorer 1 and Explorer 3, launched in March 26, 1958, were used by the Iowa group to detect the existence of charged particle radiation trapped by Earth's magnetic field. The inner radiation belt, Pioneer 3, which was launched the 6th of December 1958, and Explorer 4, launched July 26, 1958, also carried instruments designed and built by Dr. Van Allen. These spacecraft provided Van Allen additional data that led to the discovery of a second outer radiation belt encircling the inner belt. So yes, the Van Allen belts were discovered, but after further testing and research, it was found that there were pathways through the belts and that the charged particle effect on a person in a protected vessel was minimal. Scientists discovered that a person would need to sit in the belt for an extended period of time with no protection from charged particles. Apollo data showed that it would only take the capsule a few hours to pass through the belts, and that exposure to charged particles would be minimal. Apollo was not the first, but was definitely one of the most memorable. Apollo was the NASA space program that produced a total of 11 spaceflight and moon landings. This is the Apollo command module. It's a very detailed description and diagram of the actual module itself. I've seen this in person, touched it, been next to it, been all around it. And guess what, guys? You can go see it too, because it's available for you to go actually see. It's not some hidden top secret device that's hidden away somewhere. It's a intricate piece of machinery and technology. The first 4 flights tested the equipment used in the Apollo program. 6 of the other 7 flights landed on the moon. The first Apollo flight happened in 1968. The first moon landing took place in 1969. And the last moon landing was 1972. A total of 12 astronauts walked on the moon. The astronauts conducted scientific research there. They studied the lunar surface and they collected moon rocks to bring back to Earth. I actually have one of those rocks, or a fragment of one. Because guess what? You can actually buy some of that stuff. It's available. What spacecraft were used for the Apollo program? So I went into depth about the spacecraft itself. NASA designed the Apollo command module for this program. It was a capsule with room for 3 astronauts. The astronauts rode in a command module on the way to the moon and back. It was larger than the spacecraft used in the Mercury and Gemini programs. And the astronauts had room to move around inside the spacecraft. The crew area had about as much room as a car, which is still kind of tight and compact. Now, don't forget about Mercury. Mercury was sent up prior to Apollo. Now, black women were the computers for Mercury and some of the Apollo missions, the early ones. What do I mean by that? Before computers existed, which is this physical object that I'm looking at, talking to you guys now in, before that existed, human beings were called computers. Computers were not assigned to a technological device initially. They were assigned to people. And the people that were the computers for NASA were black women. I'm talking about dozens of black women that did all the mathematics, that did all the mind-bending mathematics for NASA. They're called Hidden Figures. And if you haven't seen the movie Hidden Figures, you need to watch it ASAP. Hidden Figures. And these women did a phenomenal job. They were incredible. And they calculated all the trajectories for launch windows, for deployment, for ejections, for coming back and landing, splashdown zones. All that was calculated by the human brain, all by black women. Now, some people say, why you guys say they're black? Why you guys say they're black? Because it's important for me to mention that, because the majority of the people that don't believe this happened are black people. Okay, because once again, we've been deceived. This is a fact, whether you like it or not. This footage here, I can't play this video because this is on my YouTube account, but if you go to my blog, you can check it out. Okay, you can check out the video. In the method ultimately employed, lunar orbit rendezvous, a powerful launch vehicle, Saturn V rocket, placed a 50-ton spacecraft in a lunar trajectory. The spacecraft had 3 parts. The conical command module, the CM, carried 3 astronauts. The service module, which was called the SM, was attached to the back of the CM and carried its fuel and power to form the command service module, the CSM. Docked to the front of the CSM was the lunar module, the LIM. They call it the LIM, but it's really the LM, the LIM. 1 astronaut stayed in the CSM, while the other 2 landed on the moon in the LIM. The LIM had a descent and ascent stage. The descent stage was left on the moon, and the astronauts returned to the CSM in the ascent stage, which was discharged in lunar orbit before re-entering Earth's atmosphere. The SM was jettisoned and burnt up, and the CM splashed down in the ocean. The lunar orbit rendezvous had advantages of requiring only 1 rocket and saving fuel and mass, since the LIM did not need to return to Earth. And all these calculations were done initially by women at NASA and the very first IBM computer, which came a little bit later, which was about the size of this room that I'm sitting in. Watch the movie Hidden Figures. My grandfather, Ronald Stevens, was a hidden figure. What did he do? He actually had a mission where he was working with NASA and he was helping to design. He was a master architect. He was helping design the very first launch tower. The very first launch tower at NASA for the space shuttles. This is the infamous boot print mission. I can't play this video of this astronaut putting on this suit because it's already up on YouTube, but I'm going to show you the moon boot info anyway, but without the video. There's a video on my blog that you can go watch of an astronaut putting on the actual space suit with the overshoe. So everyone sees this image here on the left, space boots. Look, guys, they don't have any grooves on the bottom. Look at this image of this footprint on the moon. Look at this. I can't believe they scammed us like this. Look, look, look. Oh my goodness, this is, whoa. Okay, again, did anybody just take time to look this up? Below is the infamous boot print. This photo has been passed around the internet like a hot potato. Once again, the hoaxers have taken advantage of people that are lazy, that are too lazy to do any real research. They hedge their bets on the laziness of truth seekers that want to believe everything is a conspiracy. This is really unfortunate. Here's the full picture, guys, that they always make sure you never see. I've seen this in person. Guess what? I've touched this. These are real. You can go to Houston or you can go to Florida Space Coast and you can go see these spacesuits. They're real, guys. And guess what? You'll see the shoe here at the bottom, that's smooth on the bottom, and you see the overshoe over here. The overshoe slips on with the Velcro straps and has the actual boot prints on the bottom. The overshoe is a Kevlar boot to prevent the astronauts from, of course, getting any sharp cuts or anything like that on any of those sharp rocks. As well as this shoe there's an x-ray of the shoe in the video and everything else. You can look at that. Here's a picture, an image of the x-ray of the overshoe. This is high-tech stuff, okay? You can't wear these 20-pound boots inside of a capsule for 3 days. You don't put these on until you're ready to use them. That's why you see the nice smooth bottom. You don't push off inside of the capsule and maneuver yourself around in a small capsule the size of a car with freaking overshoes on that weigh 20 pounds that have these ridges on the bottom. It doesn't make any sense. You put those on when you're ready to use them. This is an x-ray of the extravehicular, the EV overshoe, that was designed to be worn over Apollo spacesuit boots while an astronaut was taking a walk on the moon. The International Latex Corporation made the boots for astronaut James B. Irwin for training purposes. The EV boots were worn over the boots that were integrated into the spacesuit and which included the pressure bladder for thermal coverings. The boots were made with silicone sole, woven stainless steel upper, and included additional layers of thermal protection and beta felt in the soles as protection against extreme temperatures and sharp rocks on the lunar surface. Another one, Hollywood producer fake moon footage. Below is a fake interview of Stanley Kubrick on a faked moon landing. Now, Stanley Kubrick is not the person in this video, even though the video says Stanley Kubrick. I go to explain, and if you watch this video on my blog, this is the full video, not the edited one that you guys have been watching. You only been watching a very small clip of it. You find out at the end of this same video that this guy is an actor, and he's not Stanley Kubrick. You hear the interviewer address the actor by his name, Thomas, and he even gets irritated and a bit angry with him, telling him how to deliver his lines. On this video on my blog, this is not Stanley Kubrick, guys. This is a guy named Thomas. He's an actor, and he's reading lines, okay? And the director's getting angry at him because guess what? You never heard about this because you only watched the small clipped edited version of this video. You never got a chance to see the full video like I'm showing you on my blog. Go to my blog, forbiddenknowledge.com/blog. Wake yourself up with some new knowledge. Okay? So, they discuss how they're trying to make this fake interview sound believable. You can hear that again at 22 minutes and 14 seconds.
Right? It's not even up. I'm not making it up. Why would you lie about this, Tom? Why? To keep the funding, to keep the program going so you can get there. But it never happened because it just...
In 2015, the beginning in August, various edited versions of this fake Kubrick video interview circulated online. The gullible had their hopes dashed by the year's end, however. In December, a full uncut version was released. This is it right here. Of this well done, colorful, though obviously fake video interview of a filmmaker, Stanley Kubrick, confessing to faking the moon landing, which is actually false. He did not. So go to my blog and you'll find out that the video that says that I did all this editing and I did all of this and look, they're on strings and all this. It's a fake video. You've been faked by another fake. Okay? You've been faked by people who want you to get likes, who want to get likes out of you and views out of you. That's what happened. And unfortunately, a lot of that's was circulating about this moon stuff. A lot of it is all about manipulating truths and taking information that's false and editing it to make it sound like it's something official, when it is editing photos to make them look official, when it is cropping out things that's supposed to be in the photo so you couldn't see them, because they knew that. Guess what, guys? You weren't gonna look it up. No, because why? Because the computer on YouTube and all these other video platforms, you're going to listen to whatever anybody has to say. You're not going to look for yourself. You're not going to investigate. You're not going to research. They know that you're not going to do that. So they just start putting these videos out for you and you just gobble it right on up, man. I'm full. This is good stuff. No, it's not good stuff. Why would they lie about landing on the moon then? Right? Because I did say we lied about it. because they discovered artificial anomalies on the moon that should not be there. Okay, that's why. Now, this video, I can't play it on my channel because it is a YouTube video from one of my teammates on my United 99 United Family of Anomaly Hunters, Chris Maroney. But you can go to my blog and you can watch these videos. These videos expose actual anomalies on the moon. That's why some of the footage is like that. They don't want you to see what's up there. They need to keep you blind to what's really going on. That's why. And so let me take a quick break from this moon blog and show you guys some anomalies. Let's have a look over here. Let me just make sure that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up. These are anomalies, guys. You know what an anomaly is? It's an out of place object. It's information that comes back from a lot of our space probes that have gone out. We've spent trillions and trillions of dollars sending probes out and rovers out all over the solar system. And all this data is publicly available on worldwidetelescope.org. It's publicly available, okay? These are just some of the anomalies that I've discovered. Like here's one here. Here's 3 in one image. Here is a image here from washington.edu. This is where the image is hosted. This is a image from Pathfinder, which landed on Mars, okay? And this Pathfinder image shows right here 3 anomalies in one picture. There's actually a 4th one, but I don't even want to get into that. These are the more clearer ones that is easy to see. All they've done has been blown up and expanded so you can see what's there. Nothing's been edited, nothing's been altered, no color changes, okay? No color changes at all. Let me see which one that's that. Okay. So no color changes at all. And you can clearly see here that something interesting is going on. These things don't belong here. They're out of place. And so this is why a lot of the images that we get from the space agencies are edited and obfuscated. They don't want you to see what's there. They don't want you to recognize that there's something huge going on out there, and they don't want us to be a part of it. That's why they lied about it. That's why. So you're getting a combination of real and a combination of fake. So it keep you going, oh man, there's nothing there anyway. Nothing but a bunch of cold, dry rocks up there. Nothing exists up there, right? Okay. Really? Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at that. Let me show you something very interesting that's going to blow you away. This is Victoria Crater. You can get this on photojournal.jpl. It's hosted by the JPL, which is one of NASA's biggest contractors, .nasa.gov. And this is about a 4-story tall Egyptian, looks like a sarcophagi or statue carved out of the side of Victoria Crater. What's that doing there, guys? What is that doing there? Yeah. Let's have another look at something else here interesting. There's so much stuff here I can go on and on and on. What's this, guys? This is another one of these amazing images taken by Spirit rover. This was the last image that Spirit rover took. This was the last image that it took before it was actually destroyed or stopped sending a signal all of a sudden. This is the last image. This should be on every channel on TV. How come it's not? You can easily see that this is not a rock. It doesn't take a genius. Heck, I even think a person that doesn't even have good vision can see what's here. Somebody with less than 20/20 vision can easily see what the heck is going on here. It's not a mystery. Okay? It's not a mystery at all. And so because of that, we got to ask ourselves a question. What the hell is going on up there? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. They don't want you to know that there's operations going on out there. Yeah, breakaway civilizations going on out there. And guess what? We ain't invited. That's what's going on. Do you think that all these billionaires that are talking about going to Mars on a one-way trip, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and all these other billionaires that 80,000 had already paid to go, you think that they're gonna go leave the creature comforts of Earth and all this luxury? They got butlers, they got maids, they got yachts, they got helicopters and planes, they got sports cars, they got the life, right? You think they're gonna go live on a cold, dry rock? No, man, there's an infrastructure being set up, and it's been worked on for decades. It's just now beginning to culminate. And by 2025 to 2035, you're going to see people moving there. Now, they may come in front of the camera in their tin can spacesuit and wave at the camera, but when that camera goes off, they're pulling that thing off. Because guess what? Pull down the science data from the REMS unit. It tells you the temperatures on Mars. Guess what it is in summer? 99 degrees, highest temperature recorded at the equator. 99 degrees, yeah. Today in Florida, and where I live in Fort Lauderdale, it was only 80 degrees. All right. Interesting. Take a look at this image, guys. What is this? What are these? What are these? This is on Mars as well. Okay. This is another JPL hosted image. What are these things here? Take a good look. I don't know. I don't know what they are. I just don't think they're rocks. I don't think that these are rocks inside of this rock. You understand what I'm saying? This is why they don't show you everything. They don't want you to see these types of things. They don't want you to know that this stuff exists. They don't want you to know that this is up there. What is this? An R2D2 type artifact on Mars. Official images. This is all from all my links are provided. I provide the links to everything I show because why? I want you to research it. Unlike a lot of these other accounts, they never give you the book sources like I give you the book sources. They never give you the science articles like I give you the science articles. They never back their work by science and information that's verifiable. They never back it by any ancient texts. They're just talking off the top of the head, man, and taking chopped up images with no links, no source material, and people take it and run away with it. Well, I provide you the sources so you can check it out yourself and see, oh wow, this is pretty interesting. This is pretty interesting stuff. Let me see if I can find something really crazy here. There's so much stuff that's just crazy. Look at this. What's this doing up there? What's this doing up there? What is this doing up there? Yeah. You see? This is why. Yes, they went to the moon, but yes, they lied about it because this stuff that I'm showing you here, this incredible stuff like this on the moon. I mean, look at this. You don't have to have good eyesight to see what's going on here. They tried to obfuscate the image. They tried to make it as blurry as they possibly could. But guess what? It's still plain as day that inside that red circle is something strange that we can recognize with our eyes as something we can see on this planet. If you sit there and take a look at it, you'll see it as well. And guess what I always provide? The source image. This is from Soul 1112. I discovered this in 2012. I discovered this in 2012. This is one of my greatest anomaly hunters, Martine Graney. This one has been on the news and on TV many times. Look at this. Another amazing anomaly. You can clearly see this is a statue. I can actually say what this is here because it's too clear. You can see the prongs at the bottom that it sticks into something, and you can clearly see the ornate design on the actual body area. And then you can see, of course, the head, the eyes, and the mouth. It's an ornate statue of some type that's probably been knocked over when one of their disasters happened up there, okay, on Mars. And I can just go on and on. There's just so much here. There's just so much amazing stuff here that I can go on and on. Here's an Ankh. There's an Ankh there. There's one of dozens of Ankhs that we found. Yeah, Egyptian Ankhs laying out here in the sands. Here's a blow up of it. Here it is in the sands in the original image at the top, and down here you can see the blow up of it. Here it goes right here. One of dozens that we have found up there. Dozens of Ankhs. There's a lot of Egyptian type of artifacts that appear to be anomalies or anomalous looking Egyptian artifacts on Mars. All right. Let me bounce back over to this here since I got you on the shared screen already. Back to the moon again. Let's look at this anomaly right here. This is one of my greatest discoveries on the moon. This has been on TV many times. Nobody can say that it doesn't exist. So what I did was I said, you know what? Let's find the actual video of the limb ascending back to the command module, to the CSM. So I searched through the archives, and there's a link to that right here. The bottom of this image is a link to the actual original video and the archive that you can go pull it down yourself. You don't need me. You don't need me because I give you all the sources. That's why you got to go to the blog and follow the links yourself. This is a dome structure here, a massive dome structure. What I did was I said, how can I get images that haven't been obfuscated, that haven't been altered in any kind of way? And I sat back for a minute and I was thinking. I said, the original video footage. If I can get my hands on the original video footage, then I can take it and I can screenshot it, put it into Photoshop, and I can blow it up and I can see what's down there. And that's exactly what I did. And anyone can do this. Anyone with no experience at all can do this. It's not magic. It's very simple. All you gotta do is turn the contrast down and everything pops right up. Why contrast? Because the reflection of the sun off the surface of the moon is so bright, it actually dulls everything out that's down there. On the ascent back from the limb back to the command module, guess what? All you have to do is screenshot that area of the ascent video, put it into Photoshop, turn the contrast down, everything pops out. What popped out for me was this massive dome. Now there's a measuring tool that you can use to measure the height of these objects in the dome. Some of these objects are up to 1 mile tall off the surface of the moon, inside this dome. Inside this dome, and you can see this outer courtyard area, which I'm just calling it that because I don't know what it is. I just don't know, but I'm calling it a courtyard area. I'm not saying that it is. This is a weird anomaly. This is on the moon. If I'm, creating a mission to go to the moon, and because I've sent, got to remember, before humans were sent there, they sent satellites up there to orbit the moon in low lunar orbits and scan the moon looking for the best landing place and so forth and so on. And also to make sure that it was going to be at least safe enough to somewhat for them to, they had to collect data to make sure, okay, we know this is atmospheric data. We know what gases are there. We know everything now. We go, okay, we think we can build something that a person can actually survive this. So during that process, the images came back from those satellites were mind-blowing. They found anomalies everywhere. So the moon mission was really a recognizance mission. It's a mission for people to go there and pick stuff up and bring it back. Not just moon rocks, but actual things laying around on the surface in shambles. If you go into the Terra papers, which is ancient Native American history, you go into the Terra papers, you go into the Mahabharata, you go into the Sumerian tablets, you discover that there was this war. You go into the story of Atlantis. It's all the same story. There was a war. The war extended from Earth to the moon and to Mars. That's why Mars is in shambles, and that's why the moon is in shambles. There was a war, an interplanetary war that occurred in ancient times, and the moon and Mars took the brunt of that damage. Okay? That's what's really going on here. And Atlantis, of course, the main ring city, one of those main capitals, was destroyed and sunk into the Atlantic Ocean. This is a remnant of an ancient civilization laying there at the moon. So they want to go there to, of course, you're an advanced, or in this era you think you're advanced. You want to collect anything that can give you a better advantage over your non-allies. Okay, so he's like, if I can go there, if we can get our hands on this technology and see what it is and reverse engineer it, we can have weapons, we can have these tech that we can sell to the world and make Googles of dollars, whatever it is. Okay, that's why they hide stuff from you. It's all about power, control, and money. It has nothing to do with we want people to think we went there just for giggles. No, no, man, no. They're gaining out of this. They're gaining superior knowledge out of this stuff. Every single day. Every single day, they're gaining more and more knowledge because we're down here scrapping to figure out how we're going to make our next car payment. And they're out there doing all kinds of stuff. And they're thinking for thousands of years, millenniums in the future. while people down here are thinking what they're going to do for their paycheck on Friday. That's what's going on. Let me go down here a little bit more. Again, go to my blog, get these source links, click on these source links. Apollo 11, 1969, video source NASA, limb returning to Apollo. Screenshot that image, open it up in your photo program, whatever program you got, doesn't matter what program it is, and turn your contrast down, and all of a sudden, you're gonna be like, holy crap, Billy was right. There's domes all over the place down here. That's where they landed? Man, they were down there gathering up stuff. Secret, and we bring it back, and now we control it. We control our own destiny. We control the power that we can wield over people. Now what they say is, okay, we got too many people inquiring now. Too many people are catching on. We're gonna move space into private industry. So all of a sudden you saw this big push. Now the only way you can go to space is on a private company. SpaceX, Blue Origins, Virgin Galactic, Bigelow Aerospace, so forth and so on. Okay, you can only go to space that way. You can only launch, cargo into space that way. Payloads. If you want to if you want to launch a payload, you got, anybody can launch a satellite. I don't know if you knew that or not. If you have enough money, you have a satellite, a research satellite or something like that, you can actually get it cleared as long as it doesn't do anything that's scamming and crazy. You can get it cleared, and you can actually pay a private space company to launch it for you into space. You can do that. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. It's not like, oh man, I got to be in this government or politics or top secret Pentagon. No, anybody. They got students doing this, man. It's bare bones basic. It don't even cost that much money. Okay. But if you get into that, you'll find that it's all private space. NASA has used private space rockets to get into space. Why? Because if it's in private, guess what? Nothing has to be disclosed to the public. There is no more Freedom of Information Act on the information, on the data. It's not free it's not open to the public anymore. When you move it into private, that's it, guys. Sorry. Nothing we can do. We can't tell you anything. This is a private corporation. Private corporations don't have to share any information with you. That's what's going on. The Clementine mission. I knew that this Clementine mission, this is the Clementine, you're looking at here, two gentlemen standing next to the Clementine satellite that was sent to a low lunar orbit. I knew that this Clementine mission, which was launched in 1994, was weird. Because as soon as I started looking into it, the name Clementine, it just struck this old song in my brain from when I was growing up. An old country song. Oh, my darling Clementine, you were lost and gone forever. Oh, my darling Clementine. So as soon as I saw Clementine, a Clementine mission by the military, I said, oh my God, I bet the deeper I look into this, it never came back. And sure enough, it never came back. It was lost and gone forever. Clementine was a joint project between the Strategic Defense Initiative Organization and NASA. The objective of the mission was to test sensors and spacecraft components under extended exposure to space environment and to make scientific observations of the moon and near-Earth asteroid 1620. The observations included imaging at various wavelengths, including ultraviolet and infrared, laser ranging altimetry, and charged particle measurements. These observations were originally for the purpose of assessing the surface of mineralogy on the moon. They want to figure out, can we mine this sucker for some money? Can we make money mining the stuff on the moon? That's what they really want to find out. The military was in charge of this mission. Clementine was launched on January 25th, 1994. And it was launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base on a Titan rocket. After 2 Earth flybys, lunar insertion was achieved on February 21st. Why 2 Earth flybys? Because you have to do something in orbital mechanics called a gravitational assist. So in orbital mechanics, if you want to save fuel and you only have a limited amount of fuel in these capsules, you can't send up too much mass into space, because the more mass you send, the more mass you need the more rocket fuel you need to get into space, and the rocket fuel adds more mass. So you have this catch-22 situation. So you have to really conserve weight when you're doing rocket launches into space, because of the archaic technique that we're using to do it, okay? So you have 2 Earth flybys, which you orbit the Earth, you orbit the Earth at a specific angle and in motion and range of motion in terms of speed, and then you can create this gravitational assist which can slingshot you to your destination based on orbital mechanics. Okay, so let's see here. It says it was achieved on February 21st. Lunar mapping took place over approximately 2 months in 2 parts. So this thing was orbiting the moon for 2 months straight. The first part consisted of 5-hour elliptical polar orbit. Now, in a polar orbit, you can scan every square inch of land on a space body. Okay, and the reason why is because, let me see what I can use here. Okay, let's see. I'll use this. This is my GoPro. So let's say this is the moon and it's orbiting, right? It's spinning on its own axis. Now, if you orbit the moon this way while it's spinning on its axis, as the satellite is orbiting the moon in a polar orbit, this is a polar orbit, this is not an equatorial orbit, you can scan and take images and video and topography analysis of the atmosphere, all the atmospheric data, everything you want, you can get while it's rotating on its own axis. This is a polar orbit. And by doing that, you create these swaths of data, and they can all be stitched together, and you get a complete topography analysis of the entire surface of the entire space body. In this case, it's the moon. Okay, that's really good technology that they use to do that. This allowed global imaging as well as altimetry coverage of 60 degrees south to 60 degrees north. That's what I just explained to you. After leaving lunar orbit, a malfunction in one of the onboard computers on May 7th caused a thruster to fire until it had used up all of its fuel, leaving the spacecraft spinning at about 80 RPM with no spin control. This made the planned continuation of the mission, a flyby of a near-Earth asteroid, impossible. The spacecraft remained in geographic orbit and continued testing the spacecraft components until the end of the mission. So in my personal opinion, the mission planners never expected the spacecraft to complete its mission and return home, because the name Clementine gives us a little bit of a hint. The lyrics of the song Clementine, "Oh my darling Clementine, oh my darling, you are lost and gone forever." So this is, to me, I think that's a cover story in terms of what happened with the malfunction. I really do believe that it was never intended to come back, and that it's up there on the moon still right now, probably until it completed their mission, sending back other data that they did not want to make public to people, and they didn't want people to request a Freedom of Information Act on the data, because if it's still submitting information, still sending data, and we knew about it, in other words, the technology was still functioning and working, we can submit a Freedom of Information Act to get that access to that information. But once we say, "Oh man, we're sorry, it broke, it doesn't work anymore," then it's like, okay, well, we can't get it anymore. It says the official stories is that it's broken and it's not coming back, and the data has stopped. It's off, guys. Don't worry about it. Okay, you see where I'm going? Come on, we gotta think. We gotta understand. Here's another incredible video of a Sphinx that's up there. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. Another incredible video taken from an actual official moon image that resembles the Sphinx enclosure and the Sphinx. Again, you can go to my blog, you can play this video, you can check it out for yourself. The source images are available, so you can go look it up for yourself. Okay? I'm not saying this is a Sphinx. What I am saying is that it significantly resembles the Sphinx. However, the only thing is, it's strange, it's actually on the moon. So you can check that out. All right. This is another incredible image, a video here that you can watch on my blog by Chris Maroney. You can literally see hundreds of structures on the moon surface from this video. This is one of the original official videos before Photoshop, before video editing and all this other stuff that we have now, before it even existed. This is unedited, unaltered footage that anyone can take, access, take a look at, analyze. and come up with your own conclusion, guys. That's all we're saying. Come up with your own conclusion. All right? Hopefully this article will clear up some questions about why we were lied to about the landing on the moon. We need to understand that the powers that control the planet and this earth do not want us to know, because the ultimate power is not money. The ultimate power is knowledge. Money is only a byproduct of knowledge. They want you to stay confused and misled. We can't let them win, guys. We gotta be smarter. We have to be smarter, man. We gotta be smarter.
If you enjoyed this, make sure to watch the next video on AwakenZone. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell, but you won't want to miss what's coming next.